Welcome back to Epic Blunders. We haven't had our share of those in a while, but I'm sure that's coming soon. Last week, somebody want to give a recap? Pix is currently missing, so anybody remember what in the world happened last week?
Pix went missing.
Had an emotional time.
Had an emotional time where they actually encountered the goddess of change.
Yeah, Ryan and Whiskey had a little face-off stare down and seemed to have a paused moment in time where they had an experience with the change bringer, Avrae. And she seemed to present Ryan with a choice to continue down the path that he was on, or to turn over a new leaf. And he chose which?
I grabbed at the coin instead of the claw.
Yes, and she is now your new warlock patron. So Ryan is no longer following after a trickster fiend that we found out was Tiamat, and is now a celestial divine soul warlock. So there's been a few changes that we'll see play out potentially with Ryan. I know of a number of the tweaks that have happened, but I'm interested to see how this comes out. And then you guys made it back to town, to Zarzith Kittrell. You had a little bit of a time getting out as the mine seemed to be collapsing around you. Dodging, ducking, dipping. What are all the D's? You got to say dodge a couple more times. But trying to avoid all of the ballista bolts as you were heading out of the mine, and eventually made it out and made it back home, and had a little bit of an exchange then with the keeper at the pit. Discovered, well, what do you remember? What did you find out, or what did you maybe not find out when you made it back?
We were dissed by the council because we weren't there.
Diss is one way to put it, sure. You guys were potentially summoned and were not present, were not able to actually receive the summons, and so kind of missed that opportunity there. So it was a little bit of an exchange. It seemed like basing things on not necessarily tradition, but on making sure to maintain status quo, to maintain a sense of, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a rigidity here, I guess, is the best way to put it, that you guys are not necessarily used to, but at least Willem has come to understand the need for.
Essentially, they've suffered so much chaos, they need order.
Yes.
Really do. Their lives were so ruined by the fall of the city that it's almost like they're all suffering post-traumatic stress. And they need that crutch.
Yes.
Need that crutchable.
How many years ago was it?
Not that long. It's within the
less than
lifetime
20.
of a lot of people, yeah. So most of these people were here for it.
Or somewhere 20 to 30, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably closer to 20 years.
Definitely not Americans.
How long lived our Dragonborn?
I don't think it's a lot more than humans.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, but still, so anyone who's, 30 odd years or more was a lot. So
Right. Children.
You'd almost think of 9/11 as being comparable to 21 years or 20 years. Yeah, something like that.
But 9/11 affected the country because of the emotional toll that it took.
Yes.
But it destroyed one section of one town as opposed to literally your entire empire.
Empire from, yeah, very different. But you get where I'm going.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, and that's a good comparison there. Yeah, so you guys have had a little bit of struggle getting the information you wanted, but at the same time, it seemed like the Keeper may have kind of given you an answer after all, but through a little bit more unofficial means.
Yeah, he bent the rules slow, sent us a message at the tavern later that we picked up, which involves a couple of pieces. Number one, we have a token that we're to take to the store that we went to the last time. The general should give us possible access to the craftsman, who would be the magic smith or magic maker or whatever you want to call it, magic artisan here. He also gave us...
Oh, welcome, Pix.
He also... Hey, Pix, there you are. And he also sent a message that essentially said... the more we look for the place where the dragon fell, the less likely we are to find it. And rather than risk us knowing where that is, do something about it. And once again, this is off the record, kind of backwards. I think the council's idea would be more better as if we could intercept the threat before it got here.
Yeah, you got the impression that you were, they desperately don't want, if this threat is real, they desperately don't want it coming to Zarzith Kittrell. And they would like you to either, intercept or intentionally
lead it away.
Yes, lead it away.
Intercept or mislead. Now, this is probably just Willem making a leap, and you can tell me whether or not that's correct. But Willem is thinking that one of the reasons he said that before giving us the token for the general is that maybe the craftsman may have something that will help us figure out where to go somewhere.
Somebody randomly rolling dice. Pix is rolling acrobatic checks over and over again.
Sorry, my bad. I forgot they were linked.
Yeah. Wow, you really made me sound credible there. I come up with an idea.
What a terrible idea that was.
That's awful. I rescind. I recant. Anyway, what we're thinking at this point is that, and also one of the reasons we didn't try for another audience was basically they came up with the idea of fighting another champion, and none of us are really into that. Like, okay, we get through the tier waves, we honored them, but it's not our deal. We're not gladiators. And it's kind of like, okay, look, we did something for you. We did something. We're done. We're okay. We still want to help you out, but we're not. We respect your ways, but they're not our ways. Okay.
Yeah. So you guys had a little bit of time, then some downtime to recover, to let down your hair, go eat some dirty, greasy bar food, whatever it is that you wanted to do. And we are now picking up the story the next morning. So you guys have got your long rest in, and you are able to do whatever it is that you'd like to do. So, what is it you'd like to do?
Well, Willem, first off, is going to get everyone together before we go downstairs and show them the token and give the message. The keeper said, this is kind of off the record, it's not officially from the council. Someone friendly to us has passed this to the keeper, and he's passing it on. They desperately, if this threat is real, would prefer us to find a way to intercept it before it gets to Zarzith. And I'm being literal when I say desperate. They really don't want this here. Very badly.
Can't blame them.
Yeah, I don't either, for a couple of reasons, I think. Also, they gave me this token, which should, if we take it to the general, should possibly give us access to the craftsman.
Interesting.
A meeting, and I think we could use that.
Probably.
Certainly.
On a number of fronts, maybe. So I'm recommending that once we have some breakfast that are ready, let's go back to the general and see if we can get an audience with this craftsman.
Hopefully by then Growler would show up.
He doesn't strike me as the guy who sleeps late. So as soon as the gates open, I'm sure we'll probably see him.
Which, out of character, is what Grolin is planning. Once the gates are open, he's headed inside to the inn.
Yeah, it's probably around this time that Grolin is strolling in to the common
And there
room.
he is now.
And there
He's
he
still
is.
alive?
Speak of the devil.
And I will bring him up to date also.
So they want us to leave this right away, but still won't give us any indication of where it might be.
I don't think they know where the threat is. And I don't think they'll tell us where the dragon is. I have a feeling you know how dependent on order and rules, maybe not necessarily rules, but yes, I think that's one of their rules, and I don't think they can break it.
There's also the fact that a secret is better kept when fewer people know of it.
True enough. So I can see their point there. But the fact that they say they would prefer it to be intercepted means that they're pretty sure it's not here yet.
And we're sworn not to go looking for it.
Not local. Well, we're sworn not to go looking for the dead dragon. We can go looking for the threat. If the threat isn't here yet, then the threat hasn't found the dragon yet either. We can get to them before they find the dragon. And either deal with them or lead them or give them information that takes them somewhere else. Damn.
So do we have any way yet of finding this threat?
Actually, that's one of the reasons why I think we might have been given this token for the craftsman. I'm wondering if he might have something that we can use to either track this threat or draw it to us, or maybe to track Link's friend.
That sounds like that would be the easiest.
That's what I'm thinking anyway.
Hmm.
They certainly would know more about what this craftsman has access to than we would.
Seems a stretch, but if nothing else, it's payment for services rendered.
Yeah, I think these people are very wary of outsiders. I think some of them would like to accept us.
Oh, certainly.
I think some of them are just too cautious to do it. I can't really blame them, considering what they've been through. I may not like it, but I get it.
Well then, let's go ahead and head over to the general.
Unless someone else has an idea.
No, let's eat breakfast, hit the general.
Save some time.
You guys still haven't gotten quite used to Ryan having a nice, clear, empty forehead.
Hicks is eyeing his forehead, just kind of staring at it.
As if it were a mustache.
The shinies are gone. No more shinies for picks. We're sorry.
Well, if you think about it, eyebrows are just forehead mustaches.
You were counting on getting those shinies, weren't you? At some point.
The thought had crossed my mind.
I don't think you'd want those, honestly.
On my head,
While we're
certainly.
coming with them.
All right, if you're not doing anything else in particular other than just prepping and eating breakfast, then that goes by relatively uneventful, and then the morning is yours to head back out into town if you'd like.
Yep, yep, yep. Cool.
All right. You guys remember where the location of the general was? Just kind of a fairly nondescript placard.
I do recall that, and it was like a deep into the side of the ravine.
Yeah, basically in the wall itself. You guys have had a few hints so far of realizing that this town is maybe a little bit larger than you would originally give it credit for, based on the outside visual, as you've gone deeper in a couple of times already to see that there's a lot more width than first glance. So yeah, you head in about to the middle of the town and take a left where you were before, and continue down that little tunnel area and end up at the same platform where you see those moving stone, basically elevator platforms that you saw before.
Pix is just as fascinated.
You still have that same similar sign of please wait for attendant, and it takes a minute or two as all these platforms continue to move, and each section has its own little it's like a massive mall type department store where each of the floors, each of the levels has its own section, its own department. Yeah, it really is pretty fascinating, pretty expansive. And Willem, probably you especially, having a little bit more of like a military background and stuff, you would realize, if you hadn't already, that this place probably is, it would maybe take some time to distribute, but this place probably has a disproportionate amount of actual equipment that they could outfit potentially everybody in the entire town and more with what they have here. It may not be super specialized gear, but they have a ton of stuff. It kind of feeds into, again, what you were saying of, they're being prepared for everything and being overly cautious.
Yeah, it makes it look like it's a store, and it is a store. It's also an armory and a supply house.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something, Anthony, about quantity over quality.
Yes, very much so. All the stuff that you were able to purchase, you could find almost anything you could dream up, as long as it was non-magical. Because they were producing things just for functionality and practicality, but they didn't necessarily have anything amazingly produced. Yeah. It takes a little bit of time, and then that same Dragonborn woman that escorted you through the place the first time around, you see her riding her little platform and coming down to meet you, and you hear the same familiar voice greet you as the two stone platforms lock together, seemingly magically, as if held by some unseen magnet or something. And you hear, "Well, bless my heart, welcome back."
Mike's like you Kira Sedgwick.
Okay.
Thank you.
And back here for more shopping, are you?
Yeah, sure.
Anthony, do I recall, was I given any specific instructions on who to show it to?
You basically, the barkeep just told you when you said, "Where do I need to go?" They said, "Take it to the general."
Okay, so I will take the token and show it to you. I happen to know who I need to give this to.
You hold the coin out, this platinum piece stamped with some of the iconography that you've seen around town, and then a very, it is centered on the entire thing, this anvil. She looks at it and whistles and says, "Oh, I haven't seen that in quite a while." I reckon you folks must be something special around town. Well, climb on board. I'll take you.
All right, sounds good.
And she waits for you all to step onto the platform. And instead of it coasting over to another one of these sections, it goes almost completely vertically. You're going up into multiple floors, just like straight up. And as you're looking down, you probably have, from the point that you started, you probably have a good 120 feet, just a chasm below you. At this point, you're maybe wondering, why are there no handrails or walls here? Because yeah, if you were to fall, you might not survive this.
Pix once again thanks that he has these slippers.
Yeah, it's
Also,
made of ice. This is the point in the game where you have like the elevator fight where the last thing you want to do is fall off the edge.
Yeah.
And the inevitable one creature that puts ice on the ground, or grease trap or something.
Sumo wrestling.
Yeah, exactly. Some minotaur creature that has a bull rush or something. Yeah. So you go up quite a bit, and it almost seems like you're going to just crash into the ceiling. You're going at a fairly rapid rate and just increasing, and you realize as you get up close enough to see what's going on that there's this what looks like this tiny pinhole in the ceiling. But as you get closer, you realize, oh no, are we going to fit? We're going to try to squeeze into this little spot here. You get up to 200 feet and you realize, oh, this hole is kind of it looks like it's growing, but you realize it's perspective, right? Yeah. This thing that looked tiny seems to be carved specifically so that this platform can exactly fit in. And as it settles in and locks into place, you look down and it just seems like there's a seamless floor below you now.
Pix kind of hunches down over and just tries to feel for a crease or something like that.
oh, hon, I wouldn't do that. We talked about this before. I don't really know all the inner workings of how this works. And the last thing you want is for this to bottom out on you.
Oh, yeah. Pix
immediately takes a quick step off of it.
You realize as you do, she's already off of the platform. as she's looking down at Pix, who's kind of feeling around for the edge there.
Yeah.
Well, we're here, so welcome y'all to come inside a little bit. What you see around you is a lot more of just it's a small cave. There's what seems like the glow of a fire, a hearth of some sort around the corner, and you can see a bit of a shadow being cast from your vantage point of some sort of a figure, and you hear just the sound of a tink, 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 metal on metal, some sort of a hammer in the distance a little bit. And she says, well, she kind of lowers her voice a little bit. It's a great honor for you to meet the Smith. So be on your best behavior. Well, and good luck.
Thank you.
And she just kind of steps back on the platform. She says, she points to like a button on the wall. It almost looks like a call button or something. She said, you press this and I'll come running.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And she starts to lower back down on the platform. Just so you can see as she's going down, just a hand waving up at you. And you're left in the semi-darkness of the cave, and just that shadow As you're looking and watching, you can see what looks like an arm kind of being cast and hammering down on something around the corner.
Okay.
Well, we'll meet you.
Walk on over.
You head around the corner. You see it's not necessarily just a hearth, but this seems to be the light of a forge. And to the figure that you see in front of you, a little smaller, but it almost seems like maybe they're bent over their work a little bit. And the shadow that's being cast is large and looming. A green dragonborn with a tail. And you continue to approach, and they're just continuing with their back to you and hammering away. Tink, tink, tink.
Don't interrupt. Wait for him to be done.
It doesn't seem like that they've heard you. You're still probably a good 20, 30 feet away. At this point, you're kind of approaching into more of the workshop area.
Yeah, move a little closer. Very slowly, not sneakily, but not quickly. Just walk in.
And they eventually notice almost like the change in the shadow around them and realize that there's potentially figures behind them. And hammer gets set down, and it seems like as this figure is starting to kind of straighten up to its full form, it doesn't stand up quite as tall as you maybe expected. And as they start to turn around, you hear, "Well, who is it that came to visit old Gran?" And it's this wizened, hunched over green dragonborn woman. Kind of has one squinty eye. The other one is almost like bugging out just a little bit. And it's got like these weird half-cocked like wire rim glasses just kind of perched on the bridge of the nose, like bifocals almost.
Willem will bow to her like he did to the pit boss, and greetings. We were sent with this. Without token.
They gave you a token, did they? Well, I haven't seen one of those in quite a while. Let me see that. And she reaches her hand out to take it.
Gently put it in her hand.
In reality, I haven't even made any of these. 35, but 40 years, something like that. Back when, back when the kingdom was still around. I'm surprised anybody still has this. And she's just like is slowly just turning the coin over, almost as if she had forgotten that they even existed. And eventually she sets it down and just kind of hobbles over. You almost get like this like Yoda idea of like hunched over, not really supporting herself with a cane, but you do see one over in the corner. And she just kind of hobbles over and sits down on a stool. And you hear, feels real good to get off my feet. Now, if they sent you with one of those, and you're not one of us, well, the scale types, seems to be you must be somebody pretty important. So, what brings you here?
Well, we've got a problem. We need something to help us with the problem. Some kind of equipment or something that might help us. I can tell you what the problem is. Maybe you'll know what we need.
Well, feel free. I haven't heard stories in a while. I can't promise I can help you, but I can't promise if you're looking for any sort of magical weapons or armor, you're only gonna find it from me.
weapons could help too, and then maybe it is a weapon or armor with a certain ability. We don't know. But anyway, here goes. And tell her the story about Link and his nemesis, and how his misguided but well-meaning friend has set this nemesis loose. We think this nemesis wants to come and reanimate the dead dragon, and we need to stop it. But our big problem is he's not here. He's on the way. We need to find out where he is so we can get him before we get to you. We can do that with something that could track him, or the type of thing he is, Archlich or Demi-Lich, whatever you call it, or something that might let Link track his friend. They have and explain they have kind of a supernatural connection because they're constantly, reborn. Or maybe we just need better stuff.
Well, it's an interesting conundrum you got there. And I can't really say that I can help you with any of the actual enchanting or divination stuff, which is probably what you need to track someone. But I can guarantee you, if it's some help in actually killing or avoiding being killed, now that I can help with.
That we can certainly use.
So, what this coin entitles you to is, one item, presumably of your choosing, but you get a little too specific or a little too pricey, I'll just outright deny it. But I'll give you one item because, well, that's what the coin's for. But beyond that, I mean, if you got any items you want to get off your hands, you could probably make an equivalent exchange, and you can also purchase whatever you need from me. I got quite an inventory, So let me know specifically what you're looking for. I've got a whole rack of weapons. I got armor. I got some shields. I got some special arrows and bolts, perhaps. And if you're looking for any type of boots or helmets or gloves, I got some of those too, but not a whole lot. It just depends on what you're looking for.
Excellent.
And you see all around her, there's any number of it's like any type of other shop, even though it doesn't seem like she gets visitors hardly at all. As you look around, you see things on display all over the place. Willem, since you're doing the exchange, and then we'll do this kind of as a group, make a perception check with advantage.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to do it with advantage. Sorry, I'll just do it again.
That's fine.
Take everyone's better.
Cool.
Okay.
Yep, Prince.
Nothing immediately jumps out at you other than just the wide assortment of things. There's a strange, almost like chitinous type of armor that's on display on the side that it looks at least like half covered up with some sort of cloth covering. There's a number of weapons that seem to be kind of emitting almost like their own icy resonance to it. A whole set of those, including ones that almost seem to be, at first glance, made out of ivory because of how white they are. And you realize, no, this is potentially either dragon bone or tooth or claw. You're not entirely certain, but there's a whole set on display, just kind of mounted on the wall in full view. Those seem to kind of almost be like the prize items, but there's racks of similar to what you guys were finding before, where there's just bins and barrels of things shoved everywhere. It does seem to be that it's following this similar pattern of what you found at the general, where if you walk in a different direction, it'll give you a different type of item. So she seems to be sitting there waiting, looking for either you to just browse or for you to potentially ask for something in particular, and she can let you know if she's got it or not.
I will ask her. Well, number one, let's turn the guys. Well, coin, and make sure that coin entitles us to one item.
We heard.
But we have to be. If we ask for anything that's too much, she might just say no.
Okay.
You want to be not completely specific, but not completely general either. She might be able to home you in on what we can use. Now, this is only one, but magic items we've been carrying around, we can use to barter with.
We certainly have a few.
Yeah, or potentially trade 2 items for 1 if it's a more value.
Will she want some of the items we have, though?
Well, we won't know until we ask, will we?
Agreed.
That sounds lovely. Do we want to start with things that we want to trade first, and then if there's something left over?
That seems reasonable. We'll let you know exactly what you got to work with.
Yeah.
Right.
What can I take off your hands?
What about the jacket?
The vestments, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely something we don't want to use. I don't know that she'd want anyone to use it either.
She might know a better way to getting rid of it then. And so Pix will dig through his pack. Eventually, they're kind of folded up, but pulls out
the... I don't know. This isn't really something we're looking to use or even to give to somebody who you kind of rather see it disposed of, I guess, or maybe you can mitigate it somehow. I don't know. Put it this way, it's powerful, but the person who would use it would not be someone you'd want to know.
You saying that as you're pulling it out or after it's already out?
No, as we're pulling it out.
As we're pulling it. Like, I'm letting him explain it before revealing it.
This is,
Yeah, so she's just kind of giving you a squinty eye, almost hesitant as you're describing it.
Yeah.
And then
say we took it wasn't very nice, and they're not going to need it anymore. We're not certain anyone else should need it either.
Mm-hmm.
But it's powerful.
Yeah. As he finishes that, I pull out the vestments of Tiamat.
You see she's kind of leaning forward a little bit and kind of has stood up to get a better view, and then when you see it, there's just like a gasp, and she kind of sits back in her chair and says, if you don't mind my asking, where did you find that?
On someone who was trying to dismiss us from this life.
Also in the Shadowfell.
Yeah. In the Shadowfell, we fought
an undead Dragonborn champion.
Dragonborn champion who was carrying. Wearing it, I should say.
Well, this seems like the type of thing that very likely should never ever see the light of day.
That's what
kind of like that. And she gestures to that suit of armor. Sometimes, unless you got the exact right person, it's best that nobody even knows they exist.
Can you find someplace inconspicuous to put this thing where no one will know it will exist?
Well,
quite frankly, we go into danger a lot, and if something happens to us and somebody finds this, that's not going to be good.
I can certainly take it off your hands, and I can also probably either figure out a way to just outright destroy it or modify it some way. It seems to be resonating quite a bit of magic as it is, but I agree it's probably safer with me, who don't get many visitors, than you go off looking for trouble.
Yeah.
Last thing I want is for someone to take it off your corpse and then actually want to use it.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, Pix will hand over the vestments to Gran.
it's not quite nearly what it's worth, but seeing as how it's not going to get any use, and I'm not really going to be able to sell it back off. You understand? I'm going to undercut you on the cost here, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
But I'll
We'll
happily
consider it that you're paying us a bounty for getting rid of it rather than buying it outright. How's that?
Fair enough. I will happily give you 5,000 gold pieces for it.
That'll do.
Wow. I feel so undercut.
Oh, it's easily worth about 75,000.
I just wink at her.
And Willem just kind of is sobered for a moment because that's an indication of how powerful it is.
Yes,
and what it
exactly.
can do well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
is a
it's
legendary item.
it's right around the quality of like robes of the Archmage type of thing. And Pix, you did an identify on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you also picked up on, because there's so much lore behind it and it's linked to a deity, you picked up at least on enough hints that you got the idea it may actually be a vestige of its own.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, probably it is.
I wouldn't be surprised, but
That's kind of what's legendary in this setting.
So, and what you picked up then would have been the dormant, unawakened version of the item.
yeah, okay. Oh boy, yeah.
So she takes it and is like gingerly just kind of folding it up, and then takes another like piece of canvas and wraps it up in that piece of canvas, and then takes it over to a armoire type thing and puts it into a drawer and closes the drawer and closes the armoire and then locks the armoire and then hobbles back over to you.
Swallows the key.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
She says, "Open your mouth, bird boy. Say uncle. Say uncle." Then she swallowed the key.
Which of you is likely to die slowest? Because I'd like you to have this key. Yeah, so eventually she comes back, and you can tell she's taking great care to bury this thing, at least for the time being.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping you don't have more of that, because you're just going to plumb take all my money. But it was an interesting sight, that's for certain.
Yeah.
I had a couple of things I've been carrying around. I'm not sure exactly how valuable they are, but take a look. He'll first pull out the Great Sword of Insight that I got from the gambling dude.
Okay.
Show her that. I'm
Now,
assuming she can probably identify it or tell what it is. Or,
she looks at us. I can tell it's resonating some magic here, but without me taking quite a bit of time and maybe reading from a scroll, that's about the best I can do. You mind telling me exactly what all it's got going on? And you don't have to necessarily explain it, but in character. But
well, no. Let me ask: do you just want the explanation, or do you want the story?
would the story help in reselling?
I don't know.
I
Probably
like
not.
stories. It just more depends on how
I won't make it long.
how interested you are in getting out the door. I'll listen to stories all day.
Well, we've got plenty of stuff to look at, so I'll just give you the gist. We were in a very deep dungeon.
Yeah, I want to look at this other stuff.
Yeah, I won't go into where. I'll just tell her about we were in a dungeon and this strange creature showed up. Do I remember? Was it a goblin, Anthony?
You don't know. It was a hooded figure, and you couldn't actually make out what was under the hood.
And he had us
They have
play
the guise of a humanoid.
and I'll describe the game and all that, how I played it, and how he enchanted a non-magical greatsword I was carrying this, and explained that it's a tool to help someone who is investigating things find clues. They call it like an insight weapon, but it might be useful for like a guardsman or a guard captain, someone who is investigating crimes or other type of mysteries.
Well, that's quite interesting. And it is a good little story. You say you put it in a bag and it pulled it out all magic-y. That sounds like some kind of fey magic. I take a lot of time working my stuff. It seemed like his was instantaneous.
Definitely he had something going on. It was definitely unusual.
Well, if you're really wanting to get it off your hands, I'd take it for about 125 gold pieces.
Well, that'll work. I mean, it's not something I think that will help me, but it might help someone else. So I'd like to see it put to good use, potentially.
That makes sense. Is somebody tracking this? Because I'm not writing this down, by the way.
Yeah,
your numbers. Okay.
And then I also have this, and I'll pull out the Trident of Fish Command.
Oh, I recognize this guy. You see, it's covered in, the prongs are made of coral and stuff like that. It's definitely a more recognizable thing for sure. She looks over a little bit, doesn't take a whole lot of time, and says, well, that one's worth about 150 gold.
More.
You're certain you don't need it, though?
I'm not someone who usually spends a lot of time near the water.
Just say most of us aren't fond of water anymore.
It's not that I'm not fond of it, I just don't spend my time around a lot of it usually.
If you're not fond of water, she looks at Ryan, why you got a ring with an anchor on it?
That would be why I'm not fond of it.
Pour some water on it, see what it does.
Let's not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
we actually picked that up in the same place as these other two, but this one's a little bit mean.
it's cursed.
It's cursed.
You don't happen to come across some sort of like a fishy captain type, have you?
Oh, well, now that you mention it,
No, never tab.
what was it? I can't even remember his name. Who remembers his name?
Malden.
Malden.
Yeah, Captain
It
Malden.
was Captain Malden who's the one who brought us down here.
I had a feeling. I bought a few things off of him before. She points at a shield over in that shield section that is just like a wooden buckler type of thing, but has almost like stone or metallic. You can't tell from where you are, but it's like an octopus or a squid on the front of it. I picked that one up off of him. He said he liked his shield better. Sold him a couple things over time too. That you see his flail, his custom flail, I made him, right?
Oh yeah, he used that quite a bit when we were traveling.
That was very nice.
Only stopped in twice. The first time was to make the purchase, and the second time was to make the pickup. Seemed like a sweet fella.
Definitely. Let's say we had the venture, and it was pretty satisfactory for all concerned.
Well, except for the
Most concerned.
Most.
It allows me to breathe underwater, but it also doesn't let me ever get out of water.
Ah, you found a curse and didn't check it out first.
That would be exactly what happened.
That would be yes.
Unfortunately, it can't really help with any of that. Once it's stuck, at least with whatever I can handle.
No.
I imagine, though, with most of those things, anybody who's able to wiggle their fingers a bit and cast a remove curse should be able to at least get it off your finger.
Problem is, none of us can do that yet.
I'm looking into it.
We don't have any type of arcanist yet in town that's able to come up with any type of the scrolls and parchments that they can sell for you. But if we did, I'd recommend them.
Well,
I'm sure
you.
we'll get someplace where we can take care of it at some point.
What else?
Well, that's
you
all
got?
I've got to put. That's all I have to put in the barter pot, ladies and gentlemen. So why don't you guys go ahead, and I'm going to take a look around.
Sick.
She's still sitting in the stool, just looking around, waiting for somebody else to come up with a few other items.
I'll ask the lady to real quick. Just out of curiosity, do you have any arms, armor, or equipment that feature like emblems of wing? If we go by theme rather than specific task?
I might. It's sometimes hard to tell. I'm just as much a collector as I am a smith of my own, but it's possible. Let me ponder on that one a bit.
All right. Where would I find heavy armor? More chainmail than plate.
She points you down. Basically, this whole area is divided up largely into 4 different quadrants. So from the 4 just kind of sitting right in the center. So you go from where you're facing, where you approach. If you go to the back left of the room, then she's got a whole bunch of weapons. The back right of the room is armor. The front right is shields and also like specialty ammunition. And then the front left seems to be the boots and helmets and gloves and that type of thing.
Awesome. Look at armor. So that's some chainmail.
Cool.
I'll mosey over to the boots section.
Pix, do we need this, what you identified as the drift globe?
I feel like it could prove useful. It's a free daylight spell, if nothing else.
What about that shield?
Well, she did say she didn't want any more doozies, and at the very least, we can make use of it, but it's a bit...
Oh, no, did you want to make use of it, or no? That's the question.
No, I certainly can't.
No?
I could use it, but at the same time,
it's a bit flamboyant.
Yeah, it's a bit flamboyant for who it supports. So.
What type of shield you talking about?
Let's just say we got it from the same place that we did those vestments.
I see. Is it don't tell me it's as powerful. It couldn't be as powerful, right?
No, but it very clearly says who it is meant for, and Pix will bring out the buckler of the scaled tyrants.
She gives it another look over. Well, it's at least not resonating quite a bit of evil like the other one was, so that's something. I imagine somebody could make use of this. And she's kind of running her fingers along like the gemstone dust encrusted front surface, and doesn't seem like you could make too many modifications without just completely ruining the whole thing. Makes it a little bit harder on the resale market.
If we could cover it up and not ruin its magical effects, I would have no problem using it. But from what I understand, they said that we can't. So
That'd be my guess as well.
And cover it.
Yeah.
I could probably give you another 2,000. Not sure I could go much more than that, though.
I'm not much of a shield person myself.
Yeah, Nona, you're really the only one who uses shields often. I would say it's your choice.
I believe you have a few other people that use shields, but I think Nona is the only non-good who uses shield.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
For that one, because it is a skilled tyrant, I won't use it. I'm not necessarily, best person in the world, but even that's a little too far for me.
Fair enough. You'd have to be extremely confident in whoever it is that you do follow, or extremely arrogant to want to carry something like this around.
Right.
And if you weren't certain, it might lead you down a dark path.
That too.
Very well then. Let's see. So that's out. I want to keep those. Really, the only thing I could see of as getting upgrade is a magical short sword, or actually, yeah, that's really the only thing I'm mostly concerned with. And Nona, you might want an enchanted shield then, or maybe a better single-handed weapon.
Possibility.
Do you have anything else you're looking to trade in first? I believe that's what we were starting with.
No,
I
sorry.
can show you around the whole place. Just gotta finish the first part of the transaction first.
I'll come up. Anna will take out the staff of the adder, put it on the counter.
I forgot you had that.
Yeah, there's tons of other items floating around out there.
Yeah.
I will also take out the ear cuff that I think I was holding on to.
Yeah, you were the last one.
The siren song silencer. I will look around to see if anyone's interested in the security blanket. Basically, it's resist, you are immune to frightened condition. And if anyone's hesitant, I'll hold on to it, but if not, I'll put that on the counter.
No hesitation here.
And then possibly the Cloak of Elvenkind, depending on what others are interested in.
I've already got one.
What does that do?
Wisdom perception checks made against you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on stealth checks to hide.
Correct.
Okay, but no AC bonus or anything like that?
Correct.
No.
Okay, then no, not in.
She tells you that she'll give you about 150 for the staff of the adder. You said yes or no on Elvenkind.
Yes to Elvenkind. Put that on the list. I don't
that
think anyone
one
has any interest.
About 125. The security blanket she looks at and says, "This looks like someone's grown up with this. Are you certain you're wanting to part with it?"
It served me well in some of the colder winters that we've had. But, I mean, it's not like super sentimental as it once was, I think.
I guess I can understand that. Well, I suppose I can give you another, that one's probably worth about another 200 gold. And then was there a fourth thing? Oh, the ear cuff, right?
Yeah.
She looks it over, this gold item in the shape of kind of a mermaid type creature. Ponders it a little bit and says, Well, this one, we could go 2 different ways. I don't really have much use for something like this, and I'd be willing to give you about 50 gold to take it off your hands. Or, and she pulls out a different ear cuff, and says, or I could give you an even exchange. Call it just for being friends, and for any other time you might be coming around our area, it may help out a little bit. And she pulls out one that has, sorry, I'm trying to find my description for it here. She pulls out one that's a lot more draconic looking, but also another ear cuff, something that just kind of fits over, one ear. And here it is. Oh, I don't have a great description for it. Yeah, so it's probably more of like a pewter type of cut with like a just like a thin dragon, almost like a dragonette or a pseudo dragon type of thing, kind of would cup around the ear where the tail comes around the bottom of the lobe itself. And she says, anybody that wears this can understand and speak Draconic. And if you're doing any type of remembering or thinking about anything that relates to dragons, from what I know, I've never used it myself and I didn't make this, but what I was told is that you're a little better at thinking about that type of thing.
That could come in handy.
So I'd give you 50 gold for the one you got, or if you want to make an even exchange, it's actually worth a resale value for this is about 150.
That's a good deal.
I think a trade might be better for this. We have some upcoming business that may or may not involve at least understanding Draconic.
Fair enough.
Agreed.
That's easy enough to do. And she slides it. One hand holds out for the Siren Song one, and she the other hand is holding what is called Dragon's Call. And I'll give you guys descriptions on whatever you end up picking up here once we're all done.
That sounds good. Ryan, we had that extra rod. Is that something that you wanted to hold on to?
I had thought maybe to hold it as a backup, but it does seem like a waste.
Not necessarily.
You can always see what she'll give you for it and decide if you want to keep it or not.
I'll hand out the extra rod. Let her look at it.
Any idea? There's a number of these types, and this seems to resonate just a slight magic. Am I correct in assuming this is the lighter version?
Yes, it is.
Very good. A little bit more common, similar to your standard magical weapons. This one, I give you about 200 gold pieces for it.
I look at everybody else and shrug. Sounds like a deal to me.
Yeah, your call.
Well, it'd be, it's your call. Think the money will be more useful, then pick the money.
I'll go ahead and sell it.
Okay. Anything else you guys are looking to exchange out?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
How about this net?
Oh, no, not the net.
What, you want the net picks?
I have ideas for the net.
Well, then here, you can have it.
What else?
I have a druidic throwing club.
That one, that seems interesting. Tell me a little bit about it.
It's a club that basically uses the spell Shillelagh and then automatically comes back to you. You can throw it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the shape of a boomerang.
Yeah.
With just like druidic runes etched on it. And you
It
say,
was found in the Temple of the Everlight.
And though interesting, I've not really found any true use for it in battle.
if what you're saying is accurate, that's actually a pretty powerful item. I'm sure I could find someone wanting to pay full value for it. But you're easily looking at something that's extremely rare. Well, just rare, I would imagine. Maybe not extremely rare. Look at me using hyperbole.
Is it something only a druid can use? As I look over at Anna.
You would know from when you identified it before that it requires attunement by a druid or a ranger. Which makes sense because those are usually the two classes that actually use shillelagh at all.
Yeah.
If you're not wanting it, I'd give you 450 for it.
I'm not 100% set on selling it, but I would definitely be interested in putting it towards something else I might find useful if I found something I wanted.
Well, I think that's all we're doing right now anyway.
That's all we're doing, yeah.
Giving us money value, really credit for barter.
Yeah, you're not necessarily exchanging it. You'll do all that kind of at once.
Oh yes, I am open to selling it for that price.
Anything else before I show you around the place?
Just some more standard items that we also found in the Shadowfell. And Pix pulls out the scale mail metal armor, the short bow, a spear.
Were those magical or were those standard?
No, they were standard.
Those are all standard, yeah.
She's probably not interested in those. I mean, we sell those downstairs.
You get the impression that basically the downstairs belongs to her.
Yeah.
So when you pull it out, she's like, "Yeah, since you're already here." It's like when you're getting stuff at the pharmacy and you throw in a gallon of milk and they let you ring it up there. It's that type of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hold on. In that case, do I still have?
I know nothing about that.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. So scale mail basic cost is 50, so she'll give you 25 for it.
Okay.
What else did you have? Spear.
The spear and a short bow.
Let's see. Spear is a gold, so you're looking at 5 silver.
Okay.
Short bow probably is around the same. Bows cost more. That's true. 25 gold there, so she'll give you probably 12 gold.
Okay.
Anything else people are looking to dump?
I'd like her to give me a price on the seafarer's coat.
You're gonna have to tell me a little bit more about this one. It seems like a specialty item.
I believe it is, but I'm not a big fan of water. So it's waterproof. It's good in the rain. It lets you swim faster, and it allows you to cast Fog Cloud at twice the level of the spell.
Ah, that is interesting.
It also lets you use water vehicles. But once again, I like to stay as far away from water as possible in my lifetime.
Can't you breathe with water with that as well?
No, I believe it gives you a swim speed, but not breathing.
Oh, swim speed. Okay.
So you can panically swim to the surface, yes.
she kind of looks it over a little bit and says, I could probably give you, not that Dragonborn are known to frequent water either, but we get some passers-by every once in a while. I could probably give you 125 gold.
Do you have any items comparable at that price that I could purchase?
I've got a number of items. I'll show you around here in just a minute.
Well, I'll put it on the table. If I find something, then I'll put it towards it, and that would be great.
Oh, certainly. I'm not going to take anything off your hands unless you're sure.
That's kind of what we're all doing.
Yes.
Stuff up. Are we separating it out by person, or are we putting it all into one pot?
That's how we've been doing it, but we can contribute it together to one pot.
We could put it all in one pot if all of us get an item.
Yeah.
But if like one person's getting 5 items, then no, that wouldn't be fair.
Well, remember, we get one item with the coin. The rest we have to barter for or pay for cash.
The item we get with the coin, we should actually be able to use. But yes.
Is there anything else you're dumping?
I don't believe so.
There's some short swords from Willem from the Pirates dungeon.
He might have sold those at the general before.
Everything that I got in my inventory is gone. So anything I'm selling or getting rid of that was in my inventory is not here anymore. So
Okay.
if you have it on a list and it's in our general pot, that's fine, but that means I'm not carrying it because it's not in my inventory.
Anything else that you guys have that's just general purpose stuff, you can look that up in the player's handbook and find the price of it. So we don't have to play that one out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll offer up the 2 hand axes I never use.
Okay, yeah, you can find that. So it basically, whatever the value is listed, she'll offer you half of whatever is listed in the book.
Okay. Look that up now.
Well, y'all ready for the tour now?
Yes, please.
Just so I know when I'm not wasting everyone's time, including anybody who might be listening in. Anything in particular as she's starting to head to the weapon section first. Any particular weapons that you fancy? Not necessarily the style, but I mean like the type of weapon itself.
Great swords.
A piercing weapon, maybe a short sword or a rapier. I've never been sure how to actually say that.
As far as I know, it's a rapier.
Rapier. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm always on the market for a stronger bow.
So we got a bow. We got some larger 2-hand weapons type and some pokey types. Okay. Let's see what old Granny can do for you here. You walk
I might
past.
also,
Good.
What?
as she starts to walk, I might also be interested in some javelins.
Now javelins, I got a couple of options for you, but we'll talk about it when we get there.
Ooh. makes me
You go
excited.
past a couple of different things that look interesting, a variety of different quarterstaff items. That one that looks like it's almost made out of rope itself. There's a gleaming bright golden battle axe that like just looks like the head is literally made out of gold itself. There's a couple of different daggers and sickles, smaller items that seem to resonate with some type of element. Some of them poisonous, some of them ice. There's a couple of axes, like hand axes, that look interesting. Whiskey, there's a particular weapon. I believe it's a long sword. I gotta find the exact description here, but it almost seems to whisper at you as you go by. I see your tail from here.
What?
You heard me. You heard me.
My tail's showing? What?
Yeah, your tail's showing. Nobody else hears this at all. But yeah, as you look at it, it's got kind of runes etched along it. It's a short sword. And she sees you stop and look at it, and she says, you found the mocking blade. That one's, you must be a bard type. Is that you? I see your your instruments there.
Yes.
Well, if you like the short swords and you actually potentially are fighting in close combat, this is made specifically for types like you.
It would be, except I'm more finesse. And this is not the finesse.
Short sword would be finesse.
Yeah, short swords are dex.
Are they dex?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, most of your piercing weapons that are especially simple are all going to be potentially finesse.
I truly hate. I truly hate like one-on-one combat.
I'm not saying it's necessarily for you. I'm just saying it's made for types like you.
I will think about it.
If you're interested, if you're wet your whistle a little bit there, what it lets you do is every once in a while when you hit a creature, it'll automatically add a little bit of insult to injury, as it were, and it'll automatically cast a vicious mockery on top of the damage that you do. But what I've heard is if your mockery is really terrible and they resist the magic, well, then the sword mocks you for the rest of the day.
Yeah. I get enough of that. No, I'm good.
All right, then moving on. There is she gets you to two different types of specific. There's a number of things that you're kind of walking past, and I'll describe those in a second. That there's a wide array of them, but two great swords that are specifically, there's only one of each of them. One is, you look at it, it almost looks like it extends in some way, and she stops at this and says, "Are you the type that likes great swords?" And she picks it up and can barely hold on to it, and then like twists the handle, and it extends and shoots out, and you guys are like frantically parting down the aisle. Or are you the type that likes lances? Because this is both.
Interesting.
And she twists it back, and it reduces back to great sword type. From what I've been told in combat, you're able to attack with it, and then when you twist the blade or twist the handle, then you can also push people back, or you can just use it as a straight up lance as well. Completely up to you. But you, my good fella, you look like the type that likes to kill all of the undeads. You have that aura about you. Am I right?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
That would be correct.
Well, follow me. And she leads you over to two particular weapons that are just kind of sitting on a small table. One is a heavy crossbow, and the other is a greatsword. They call this the Corpse Slayer. I got two in the set, from what I can tell. Well, people who make this type, they make all sorts, but this is all the kinds that I've got. It's a magic weapon that helps you hit a little bit better, a little bit harder for everyone, but if you're hitting the undead, it'll do extra damage, and it'll actually help you turn them a lot easier as well.
Nice. Out of curiosity, what would be the price on that?
It is one of the more expensive ones that I've got available, but I'll be willing to let it go for about 1,300 gold.
I'll think of it.
As for the more normal type of magic that I've spent a good bit of time infusing, you got two variations on a basic. Some would say +1s. And she does show you there's just one barrel that has largely any version of a specifically melee +1 weapon that you could be looking for. She likely has it, especially if it's a simple one, probably a martial. It is doubtful that you're going to find anything exotic, but I don't think any of you have any sort of exotic weapon proficiencies anyway.
Question. I'll ask her a question. Can you enhance weapons that are already magical with no property?
Anything's possible. It's just a matter of how much time.
Okay, show her my moon beam or moon greatsword, whatever you call it, greatsword of the moon, whatever. And I'm looking at maybe getting a +1 on that. And how long would that?
If you're looking to stick around for another day or two, and I've got no other specialty orders on my docket, I could probably get it done for you.
And about how much would that cost?
Provided that you already got the weapon and we're adding to it. If you were just to buy this weapon with the normal enhancements, it would cost you 500, which is what you find right there. I'd give it to you for about 50 off. I'd give it to you for 450, and you keep the enchantment you already got.
I'm thinking I'm torn between that. I'm torn between that and buying the corpse layer, so it's going to have to be one or the other. So
right.
I'm going to have to think about that.
She takes you to so there's the barrel, a couple barrels of those +1 weapons, and then beside it is just a single barrel that's the wood on the barrel itself is like this fiery red color, and as you like pull some of those out to look at them, it looks like the blades themselves have just been pulled from the forge itself. Still, it looks like it's not glowing, but red. Like it's been, like it's glowing without actually emanating any type of light. Does that make sense?
Yes.
She says, these have slightly, well, I call this my angry phase. When I was crafting these shortly after the fall, and was just looking to get out some of my rage. But what ended up happening is that I gave it the normal enhancements, but when they came out looking like this, and the people that have used it said that anybody who actually had already attacked them took even more damage than they were expecting. More special costs you more too. There's a lot less of them, but let me know if anybody's interested in that one, and I'll let you know if she has what you're looking for. I call these the weapons of spite. There's also a handful that seem to, as you kind of flourish them and test them out, they don't seem to do, cut through the air any faster or weigh any lighter, but seem to almost like sizzle with a little bit of like illusory magical effect. She says these are mostly for show, but anybody who likes to show off, well, this is kind of nice for that. Give a little performance while you're doing it. Have little pop and zizz and fireworks or whatever you want. It's a weapon of showmanship. Those don't cost a whole lot. It's just minor enchantments on those. she looks over at you, Groll, as everybody's kind of looking around, and says, "You mentioned javelins. I've got 2 in particular on top of what you might be able to find here in this weapon stash. One of them lets you throw it a little bit further, and if there's any type of magical or not magical winds keeping you from throwing stuff, well, you can throw right through it. It's a gale piercer," and she holds it up and hands it over to you.
Take a good look at it, feel for the weight and whatnot.
If you're strong enough, I've heard you can throw it twice as far as you're supposed to.
That could be useful. What else have you got?
The other one, as you're looking at that one, she's already walking over and kind of talking, so you sort of lose her voice a little bit, and you realize, oh, I'm supposed to follow. And she takes you to another one that's just kind of, this is one mounted on the wall. It's almost, the head itself is emitting or reflecting light, and you see as the light from the forge is cast on it, you're seeing kind of almost like a rainbow effect made on the floor and on the wall, depending on how it's angled. And you realize that there's some sort of crystal, some sort of prismatic effect. And she said, "This one, I call it my prismatic javelin. You throw it, and well, it only happens once per day, but once is usually enough. You throw it and activate the light that comes out of it, and all these different beams come out, and depending on the color of the beam that hits the person, they take a different type of damage."
Ooh. That's also quite interesting.
That one I'll let go for 350. The Gale Pierce one, that's a good 500.
Sadly, a bit rich for my blood. As you may have noticed from everyone else having something to trade, I am not the type who collects things.
Well, good venturing group take care of each other. It seems like you're trading in quite a bit.
Hey, Groll, some of those items that we were trading in are actually just group items that we've all been holding on to. Don't worry about it if you find a useful weapon.
Not to mention, we do have 1 coin.
I'm also willing to spot you some money.
Yeah, well, also, we have 1 coin, which would be a serious upgrade if needed.
I wouldn't be. The coin should go towards something as special as we can make it go towards. You have anything? And he puts the javelin back where he found it, speaking up a little bit if he has to, for distance. Have you got anything that would allow me to carry more standard javelins? I only tend to carry 3.
Oh,
sometimes more is better.
Unfortunately, the more specialty crafting with leathers and cloth, that's not really my specialty. I don't think I've got anything that could help you out there.
Fair enough. I will consider them, though.
As for the bow, outside of what looks like the same as what you've already got in those there barrels, I've got one other one that when you hit somebody with it, then it protects you from them hitting you back just a little bit, and it only works if they're also using ranged weapons or spells. It seems certainly useful. It almost creates a illusory wall or something that makes it harder for them to hit you.
Is it still a +1 or no?
I'm not sure exactly. People throw around that +1 thing. It doesn't hurt more, if that's what you're asking. It's got different magics.
And how much is that?
Oh, this guy I've been holding on to for a little while. Let's see. I'd be willing to part with that one for about 550 gold. It's pretty powerful.
Indeed, it sounds useful. Go ahead and add that to our potential list. Thank you.
Very good.
Would you happen to have any specialty ammo for a longbow?
I do. It's over there with the shields. We'll get to it in just a moment.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other types of weapons that anyone's looking for? I've got axes of various sizes. I got sickles. I got different types of daggers, and then all you can find in the barrels. And if anybody's interested, she gestures to that whole like complete set mounted on the wall. But I'm not sure if it's if you got quite the cash for that type of thing.
You keep pointing to the thing on the wall. I'm curious. What is it?
Oh well, it's my prized possession. But you know, if people can make use of it, then I'd be willing to part with it. You know, for the right price. These actually are a series of short swords and daggers, sickles, simple weapons because, well, of the nature of what they're made out of, which is the claws and teeth of, well, the frigid one himself.
Oh my.
I don't suppose you all know the story of the one who destroyed our kingdom.
We know some of it.
Bits and pieces.
I was at the time, the official court-appointed smith for the kingdom. Well, and like I said, I had a lot of rage after that to take out, but one of the things I did was take as many of those and craft them into something useful that we could use to fight back the next time.
Smart.
Yes.
They're quite powerful, and they inflict a good bit of his own cold type of magic back on the victims that they strike. But, well, for the most part, they're just on display. Haven't found anybody willing to part with 20,000 gold pieces yet.
Don't think that'll be a...
I do have lighter versions of them, not with quite the same magical infusions, but if you're looking for a dagger that does any type of additional ice damage, I could provide you with that as well. If everybody's done with all the weapons, though, we can move on.
I think we can move on.
Yeah.
Pix or anybody else that was talking about a +1 weapon, are you grabbing any of that? You're waiting to see what else you got first.
I've made a note of things, but yeah, I'm waiting to see.
Okay, got it.
I am going to grab that.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as you guys are tracking it, not me.
Yep.
All right, she takes you over to the armor section. I'll truncate this a little bit and not necessarily stay fully in character. She walks you past a couple of different, again, more like complete sets of varying types with the same magical infusions. One she's kind of proud of is just a minor enchantment that it stays magically clean. You don't have to continue polishing it like when you wake up every single morning. So she says that, you know, the soldiers that use that are glad that they don't have to waste an extra half hour every morning polishing their armor because they wake up and it's already done.
Neat.
And there's another one then that almost looks like there's some sort of a special clasp that if you know where to grab, she says that it takes just a couple of seconds for all the armor to get removed. It still takes you the full amount of time to put it on, but basically it takes just an action to take the armor off.
Interesting.
And there are pretty much every variation of those as well.
Cast off armor, is it, Anthony?
Yes, cast off armor.
That gave you shorter time to put it on, not to take it off.
No, it's specifically doff, not don. That's why it's cast off armor.
Gotcha.
It's like breakaway pants, tearaway pants.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Cast on armor?
takes forever to button, but easy to just rip off.
Right. It takes 10 minutes to put on, but yeah, you just rip it off. Situational, if you're stuck in water with plate mail, that type of thing.
I'd have armor that's good to put on.
So you're not awakened in the middle of the night with,
That's exact.
in your dressing gown, Grolid.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
See a couple episodes back. Other than that, there's a couple that seem to be crafted with specialty metals. Willem, of particular interest probably to you, is a set of adamantine plate armor.
Ooh.
No, William's not a plate dot.
And
But
both side by side, a full set of mithril chainmail, but also a mithril chain shirt.
that could get interesting. That's something I can look up, right?
Yeah. But basically, mithril is much lighter, so you can. If the armor normally gives you disadvantage on stealth checks or has a strength requirement, then the mithril version of that armor doesn't. So no disadvantage on stealth, and you would pass the strength requirement anyway, but you wouldn't have disadvantage on stealth because it's lighter, more mobile. As far as adamantine, for that plate armor, I know you were interested, but adamantine in general, if you get hit with a critical attack, then the critical doesn't take hold. It's just normal damage.
Which is really
Nice. Chainmail, great, but nope.
Yeah, the only one she has of that is the plate. Yeah, and it is any critical hit. I was double checking on it, make sure it wasn't just like physical damage or for melee weapons. Any critical hit becomes just a normal hit.
Yeah, very nice.
Beyond that, there's a couple of just a single specialty magical set of studded leather.
What does it do?
Well, this one I call is the Venom Bane. It
Means you get poisoned by wearing it?
No, it's kind of the opposite. Venom Bane. It actually, when you get struck by poison, it absorbs some of it for you. And also, if you're going through any type of spider webbing, as you can tell possibly by the emblem on the belt buckle, which kind of is a stylized spider on the belt buckle, you can't get caught up in any webbing. And you get slowed down maybe, but you can't actually get stuck in any webs.
Interesting.
What is the MRP for that?
I'm selling this one for about 325 gold.
Would you say it's hardier than typical studded leather?
I mean, typical stud leather can't absorb poison, so yes.
Fair enough.
If you're looking for super bolstered, extra powerful, like some folks call the +1, you're looking probably well outside your price range.
Fair enough.
I don't currently have any of those on hand. I could have a specialty item made for you, but like I said, those are quite pricey. You're looking at least 3,500 gold.
Wow, really? Like +1 armor's that much? Eat.
Oh yeah, you get +1, +2 armor, and you basically break the game if you're not careful.
Really?
Fair.
Yeah, where +1 weapons are considered uncommon items, +1 armor already is rare.
Does that studded acquire atonement?
Let me double check. Let's see.
Actually, that is a good
That
question.
does, yes. Not all of these items that she's walking you through does, but the Venom Bane does.
She said that's 300.
325.
I'll just pay her for that, and give her my studded if she wants it. But
Yeah, I mean, you get a couple gold for whatever half of the list price in D&D
I don't know
Beyond
what
is.
it is. But I'll keep my jacket at the moment because it still has fog, and just give her.
Yeah, and you could wear them both because it is a jacket; it's not armor. So
Yeah, well, I was looking at that because that jacket isn't an attunement. I
Right.
don't need to attune that, so I'll
Yeah.
take the leather because that could save my life at some point.
Mm-hmm.
If that's okay. Anybody
Yeah,
else is
that's
looking?
fine. No, as soon as he said you need to attune to it, I checked out.
That is the empty of my attunement slots, unless we find something else that I need to attune that's better than that. So we'll just put that in the shopping cart at the moment.
Does
She's-
a weapon of
go ahead.
spite require attunement?
I do not believe so. Because it's basically like a sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Did a search and I'm coming up with despite. Give me a second. Weapon of spite does require attunement.
Okay, can't have that either.
You're basically going to get into the point where if it's like a top tier uncommon item or higher, it is likely it's going to require attunement.
Fair enough.
That's not always the case, but
Yeah. No, in that case, I'll just look for a +1 rapier.
she walks you over to the shield section. There's only she's got some basic ones, but she says these aren't really magical. I'm still working on them. They're works in progress. But she gives you 5 different options. Basically, one is the one that she gestured that Malden had traded out. That she says occasionally, if you've taken care of it, occasionally it will actually jettison ink to blind people when after they hit you, to make it harder for them to hit you again. Let's see. The one that's sitting beside it is a very finely polished, reflective enough that you almost feel like you can see like a prismatic rainbow effect, even though it's just a very heavily polished metal shield. That she says specifically requires a cleric or paladin to make best use out of it. Anybody who holds on to this one, they can help out their friends and give them shields as well. Magically, of course.
Oh, interesting.
What size shield is it?
Shields are shields.
Yeah.
Well, I figured they're like tower shields and bucklers and things like that.
In this game, shields are shield, or in 5th edition, shields are shields. Like, unless you're just looking for flavor, this is a almost tower shield, but in terms of game mechanics, they're all the same.
Yeah. Also, Ryan, you have to be either a cleric or a paladin to use it.
Yeah, that one's a tune only by a cleric or a paladin.
Yep.
She shows you one that is much brighter more colorful. There's the outside of it is like a red and orange color. The inside actually has the emblem of another shield that's blue in color, and has Willem. I know shields are not your thing because you have two-handed weapons, but this one does actually have wings mounted on the top.
I'll ask her about that.
Well, this one relatively new in my stock. I call it the overshield. If you're holding on to it, it not only is it extra protective, but well, if you have any additional stamina that you don't normally have, it's even more protective. And while you've got it, if in case you weren't really certain, while you have all of that, then this blue shield in the front, it glows a little bit. Very pretty. I'm very proud of myself on that one. But the final touches on it, well, every once in a while, you can actually give yourself bonus stamina while you're holding on to it. Just once a day.
Again. Worth checking out.
Basically, if you've got temporary hit points, your AC is higher, and you can also once a day give yourself temporary hit points.
That's actually pretty clever.
That is,
Yeah.
like, if I was a shield guy, I'd
There's one that is very industrial looking. Almost looks like a prison wall, just in micro form. She describes this one as if you're willing to just sit there and take it, not move, and just hold on to it, that it can actually expand up to 15 feet wide and 15 feet tall, that it can become basically a barricade, and then has it can take its own amount of damage before reverting back to a normal shield again. So if you're looking to hold an area, it could actually potentially even just fill an entire hallway that allows people to then escape, or whatever it is that you might deem useful for it.
A group shield.
like Division mobile cover.
Yeah.
Bigger.
This makes me think of something else, though. Curious, this isn't so much about buying, but have you seen anything like these before? And I pull out the javelins that I got off of the Mecha Chimera, or at least one of them.
No, not really. They look like relatively normal items. Is there something special about them?
Okay. Special is what it, the stylization and where it came from. Came off of what I'm calling a Mecha Chimera, some kind of, I'm guessing, planar beast from, from where I'm not certain, but something to do with more machine than actual beast.
I can't say I know much about it. The craftsmanship is a little, well, it's not shoddy, it's a little rushed, but it seems like something might have been mass produced at some point.
I was just curious if maybe you had seen or heard of anything like this before.
I have not, but I'm interested in somebody who's managed to figure out mass production in days like this.
Would having one of these help you with that?
Not necessarily. Having access to some type of factory that's doing it, that would help me. If you get access to something like that, let me know.
Will do. And he'll put the javelin away.
The last shield, it looks like it's basically like a metal shield that is already just completely iced over, has like icicles hanging from it. there's like a leather strap bound in a couple different directions, so you can still kind of hold on to it even while the ice is covering it. And she describes it as the type of shield that's so cold that when people hit you, then occasionally it'll hit them back with cold.
Mm.
But that's the best I've got on the shields. If nobody's interested, we can keep moving on.
What do you think, Anna? Or Nona? Just realized you both use shields.
Nona is thinking her hands are full, so she can't let her push to talk.
Ah.
I think she's dreading her hair.
I mean, the mobile protection one seems kind of interesting, but what is it made out of, Gran?
Oh, it's a pretty sturdy steel type of metal.
Okay.
It's also mostly mechanical in nature. If you're the type that likes to shy away from magic, it's like one of the least magical things I've got, but it still does the trick.
No, it's not that. Stuff like that kind of gets in the way, I think, of my magic.
Oh, I understand. I see. Well, in that case, I think, if I'm reading you right, I think the only thing that may be useful of what I listed there is possibly the inky one.
You have been getting into the fray more often, Anna. It could prove useful.
You've got a standard shield, right? It's not like you haven't been running around with shield so
I
far.
got a shield, yeah. I got one.
Well, while we're here, I'll show you just the little bit of specialty ammunition that I've got. Keep in mind that these are pretty pricey because they're pretty powerful, and well, you can most likely only use it once. There's a very rare chance that if the magic didn't go off, that you might be able to salvage it and use it again.
Okay.
But so I've got 3 different types, going from the least expensive to the most expensive. One is called, well, it packs a big wallop, so that's what I call it, the walloping ammunition. When you hit somebody with it, you can actually possibly knock them down.
Interesting.
Beyond that one, there's one that actually makes no sound whatsoever, and once it hits, it disappears. And this one I acquired, I didn't craft myself, but from what I've been told, it actually hurts the mind instead of the body.
Interesting.
That one I only have an arrow types. The other 2 I do have both bolts and arrows. I knew you were about ready to ask. That's why it's like, oh yeah, I do have that one specifically written that way. The last type is definitely the most rare, but is super powerful. If you're fighting the magic-y spellcaster types that are focusing for a long time on a spell, and you hit them with this particular type, it makes it a lot harder for them to focus on it.
How much was the other types? I'm sorry, I did not hear them.
Oh, I didn't give the prices. Which were you interested in?
No, not prices. I didn't get to hear the other types. Sorry.
Oh, well, the cheapest one here, it almost has like a blunter head on it. This one here, when you hit somebody with it, it also possibly could knock them down. This second one here, it whispers like a ghost. It's so quiet, and when it hits somebody, then it disappears. And I've been told that it hurts the brain more than it hurts the body.
I would definitely not mind a couple of that second one.
These are specifically 45 gold each.
Go ahead and add 4 onto our tab.
As long as you're tracking it and not me, we'll get squared away at the end.
Yepper.
And this last one is so powerful, each arrow costs 250 gold.
Ooh.
Whoa.
And what was that one again?
It does a little bit extra damage, but also if you fire it at somebody who's focusing really hard on their spell, it makes them a lot more likely to lose their concentration.
It'd be useful if we're going up against someone who is a magic wielder.
I do have these in sling stones and bolts as well, this type.
Like the one that is actually looking to raise the dragon?
Something like that.
Link, you're more likely to hit anything than I would. I will front you the money for one of those concentration arrows.
So 2 concentration arrows it is then.
So these are called runic ammunition, if you're keeping track of it.
All right.
And last but not least, and follow me. And she takes you over to the last set. Who's interested in, I've got one bracer, I've got 2 types of boots, I got a couple different helmets, and I got 1 set of gloves.
I'm actually interested in this section.
Yeah, let's hear it.
She takes you to 1 set of boots that when she holds it up and you see the soles of it, it looks like just this black stylized tombstone. The whole thing is just jet black leather. This one, it's a kind of fun, but it also a little bit spooky, I guess, for some folks. You, if you get knocked unconscious, well, you can still keep on walking.
Interesting.
Assuming you don't die, of course. I can't bring you back from the dead, but it makes sure you don't fall down and you get a little bit of movement even while you're unconscious.
Interesting.
She points at the other set of boots right beside it. That's more of like a standard leather type with fur on the cuffs and a key at the tip of what it looks like steel-toed boots, but there's like keys, symbols on the front of them. These are knocking boots. If you can't figure out a better way to get into a place you either don't need to be getting into or desperately want to get into, I suppose, well, you can just kick down the door, quite literally.
Could have used that back in the day.
From what I recall, you can only do it once a day, but I mean, if you're really looking to knock down multiple doors every day, you're probably doing something wrong.
How much?
Those boots I'd let go for 150 gold. Both sets actually 150.
I'm certain one of us could find some use out of that. I know I could.
The bracers over there, those are fairly standard bracers of archery. Does a little bit more damage when you hit with any type of arrows. Specifically arrows, mind you. The other gloves, well, those are made from oversized centipede carapace, so it look a little frightening and look a little, you could startle people just by wearing them, I suppose. But if you're the type that likes to hit with your fists, well, you can do a little bit of extra damage, possibly even poison folks with it. Outside of that, there's a variety of helmets ranging from anywhere between 100 in gold to 13,000.
Oh my. Out of curiosity.
Actually, I take that back. This one right here is only 60. It just got minor enchantment on it. What was the question?
I was just curious what the one that was worth 13,000 was.
Well, there's a man known as Vance, I guess, that crafted this. It's called a Vancian helmet. And, someone is able to actually cast a spell into the helmet, and then whoever's wearing the helmet can actually utilize the spell at a later point.
Oh, it stores spells. Interesting.
Not only stores it, it allows a non-spellcaster to unleash the spell, as if the spellcaster had used it themselves.
Very interesting. That's certainly worth
Also, when there's a spell in it, it makes your eyes glow.
Oh, neat.
It's the little things.
True.
Question, how much was that shield that's made of ice?
The frostbitten buckler. That one I'll let go for 325.
Okay.
The other one that's super costly is the Helm of Heroes. You can only wear it if you don't like to wear other types of armor, but it helps not only you but everybody else. But that's 12,000 gold.
Ooh, a little too much.
But I don't mean to go on. If there's nothing else that in the helmet type that you're interested in, we don't have to discuss the rest. There is this very beautiful cloth. If you're not looking for a helmet but looking for some type of headdress, you can wear it as some sort of a headband, and you can actually choose the color.
Oh, that's neat.
Whatever color you choose, you get resistance once to that type of damage as well.
That's also neat.
Or if you're not the type that likes to wear it all the time, you can use it as a sling, and the sling does that type of damage.
I'm really liking the sounds of this. Tell me more.
I call it the chroma cloth. And it just takes a couple of moments if you really want to change the color of it, but it's only one color. And once it absorbs that type of damage for the day, you're done until the next day.
Of course. How much?
It's 175 gold pieces.
Okay. And how much were the bracers of archery, and can you wear armor with them?
Bracers are bracers and armor is armor, two different things.
Fair enough.
Bracers of archery, again, specifically only good for actual arrows, not crossbows.
Correct. I'm not asking for me.
That's 350 gold.
50. Okay.
If no one else wants them, I might take those kick down the door boots.
Fair enough. Like I said, I'm pretty sure any one of us could find some use out of that. All right.
You said they were 150, right?
Yes, they are.
Got it.
I might actually like
Graham.
to walk on when you're unconscious.
Yes.
How much would it be for a custom job?
Well, it depends specifically on what you're needing and how much time you're willing to let me take on it.
that's fair. Team, are we... I think we're still in a hurry, though, to get to the next place, are we not?
You can always do like Alden did. You can put the order in and we can return to pick it up at a later date.
So far, we don't really know where we're going yet.
Won't hurt to inquire.
Well, if we do plan to come back, that's one thing, but I think we're heading north. But Grant, I'm looking, I have some material that might be maybe used for armor. If it's doable, and I'll take out some of the chimera hide. I don't know if it's easy to construct or not, or if it'll take a while.
She holds it up and kind of smells it and says, "Oh, this is even fresh. It's not even been tanned yet. Still a little bit sticky."
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, so.
Well, it's not a problem. I can do it. It's just going to take a bit more time because, well, you can't rush these types of things. Anything in particular you're looking for, though? I've got my ideas already, just based on you got a little bit of each of the types, right?
Yeah. What did you have in mind, and how long and how much?
She sits down back on her stool and pulls out a parchment and some ink and starts sketching a little bit. And then eventually give her about 3-4 minutes, and she gives you something along this line here. I see how all the things kind of connect, and so it's utilizing both the draconic and the goat, and well, all the different types, and the lion. You see the lion's mane right there. All of those different things all kind of fuse together.
I do see that. That looks quite interesting.
It may take some time. I know you sound like you might be in a bit of a hurry, but I think it'd probably be worth your while. It might take me a couple weeks, though. Maybe 2.
Okay.
And certainly, just by the nature of the beast itself, would provide you an extra protection. It would still be hide armor, so from what you told me, it'd be something you could utilize. But I can make it a little bit extra special, so it's maybe absorbs a bit more than what the hide itself would normally do. And I think I can work in that you might be able to tie in some aspects from each of the beasts.
That could be helpful.
Are you the type that also likes to change your shapes? Because it seems like if you're changing the shapes, that would be the most reasonable way to actually tie in the aspects of these creatures as well.
I don't usually do that, no.
You change different things, but they're starry.
Shapes, I'm not sure what you mean.
Let's see. I don't know a lot about the astronomy types, but would you say in the constellations up above you can find yourself a goat, a dragon, and a lion?
Yes. Why?
Well, that's what we're working with here, so I would imagine it still might work if you're doing some sort of wild shape and you can turn into something starry. I've not really heard of that myself, but it seems like it would still make sense.
Well, we could certainly try. What would something like this run?
I haven't had a good customized project in a while, so even for that, I could be willing to give you a bit of a discount. But let me see here. Write it down. Carry the 1. Nope, carry lots of zeros. I would imagine I could probably do something for you pretty specialized for about 4,000 gold pieces. If you're not wanting all the extra effects and you just want it to be just a little bit extra protection, it probably would be a little bit more like 3,000.
Could we use the token for this?
It's quite possible, yes. It seems pretty reasonable that a custom job would be a perfect type of thing to potentially make use of a token.
What do you all think?
It's certainly possible.
I don't want that to be what we use our token on.
It seems like a perfectly reasonable use for it to me.
It does. I also want to inquire about a custom job.
Certainly.
Okay.
And I pull out the Moontouch sword. I'm very attached to this blade. It's seen me through a lot of troubled times. So I hate to give it up. We talked about enhancing, to be a better weapon for round 400. But I also like that corpse. Would it be possible to combine the enchantments on that blade with the enchantment on this one?
The
I'm
corpse slayer
essentially asking to make a custom moon-touched corpse blade.
It's certainly doable. It'd take a lot more time than just adding some of the bonus effects you were talking before. But it's doable. I mean, I crafted those others.
What time frame are we looking at, and what kind of cost?
Well, I can't work on both sets at once, so if you're looking at getting both of these items, it would be an additional time, not the same time, you understand? But I could probably do something like that in a little over a week.
That I'd be willing to play. What kind of cost are we looking at?
Well, let's see. Like I said, you already have the initial item, but that's kind of the easy part. And the corpse slayer itself, well, that's more the problematic cost. Oh, let's see. I'll be able to do that for maybe 1,200 gold pieces.
I'll pay it.
1,200. Okay. Okay.
Or I should say, I'm willing to pay that.
Yeah, we can definitely pay for that one out of pocket.
Well, I actually could pay it out of my own funds.
Okay.
Or, sorry, Pix, you're managing a group fund, is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
Maybe we could do half and half. Not bankrupt.
Fair enough.
And then we could use the token for what Anna needs.
Sounds good to me. Everyone else okay with this?
Yes.
Seems reasonable to me.
Are you guys sure? I don't want to. I don't want to have this be the main thing that we use the token for. But if you're sure,
We're going to use it on something, and that something is likely going to go to one person, not the whole group. Any reason it shouldn't be you?
In addition to your other talents, Anna, you kind of also become a primary healer. That makes your role very important. It's worth the token, I think.
I mean, others definitely help heal as well. But if you're okay with it, then I'll be good too.
Yeah. It also doesn't hurt that out of all of us, you're the one who has a bit more stringent equipment requirements. So this solves both problems.
The only question will be time. 3 weeks. So
Well,
I don't know stay here that long, but we might be able to come back. But is there any place nearby that we need to go? That we question.
Well, the other option, provided you have means of making it work, is if you had a way of hiring some sort of a transport or a runner that could pick things up for you if I knew exactly where to send them.
That's the problem. We don't know exactly where we're going.
You seem a little bit more transient than most types, so I'd ask you where home is, but I don't know that you've got an answer.
Even if we did, it would be a long ways away.
And for some, it's different places.
Well, I could think of one place we could ship it where it would be safe.
And where we might be definitely going in the future?
Well, I'm certainly going there eventually, but how soon, I'm not certain. Master Ibrahim would keep it protected, though.
Possibly. I was actually thinking more, crap, I can't think of the,
There is something we might like to drop somewhere for safekeeping rather than carrying it around with us. Out of character is the Queen's capital.
That's what I was thinking.
Rosanna is a bit out of the way.
Right, but we were kind of intending on heading there eventually anyhow. Remember?
Were we not heading up past Asarius up north?
We don't know where we're heading right now. We still have to deal with this situation.
Right. But one of the things we found,
We were trying to return it home eventually, yes.
correct.
Let me rephrase it. Asarius is the last point before we either head north or east. Should we get it shipped there?
Is there anyone we know there we could trust to keep it for us?
No. None that I know.
I can think of a few things. Anyhow, if nothing else, we can just come back to Zartheth Kittrell for it if we don't head too far off.
Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
We can send word once we're where we need to be for a while.
Well, assuming we find anyone coming this direction.
This is true.
Well, you can.
We'd also have
if
to
you
learn.
need to decide a little bit more exactly where you're headed, you've got some time. I'm sure you're not necessarily leaving, in the next 10 minutes or something. If you'd like to complete your transactions and then just send word once you figure out where you're headed, or if you're sticking around, you can do that.
Yeah, let's actually figure out where we're heading next, finish our transactions here, and then we'll send word where heading so that we can pick it up there, I think.
It's only going to take a week, right?
3 weeks.
How many?
3 weeks. 2 per
3
armor
weeks.
by sword.
And you'd be without your sword for that 3 weeks.
I would be without this sword. I have another. It's not magical, but it will suffice.
Ooh, well, that's depends if you need that magical sword to hit the other thing that may be alive.
That is necessarily true. I do have some magic of my own that can temporarily give a weapon magical property.
Well, Willem, at that point, we might as well grab an enchanted greatsword, one of the more common variety, if you catch my drift, while we're
Could do
here.
that also.
We have to presume that we're not going to be out of the area for a week or so anyway. We're
Anyway.
heading north, but we don't know if we can get north or how far we can go or anything as such. So at the moment,
Regardless, we'll figure it out a bit later and send word before we leave.
Yeah, let's settle up what we're going to settle up if everyone has an idea of what they'd like.
Agreed.
All right. So specifically, what are you guys selling off, and do you have the cash value for those? / do I need to remind you of any of these prices?
All right.
325 for the studded. So that I pay.
So,
No. What are you selling off? What coin value do you have coming from her first?
all right. So, whiskey. What did you decide for the jacket? Are you keeping
I'm
it?
going to keep the jacket.
Okay then.
At the
So
moment.
we've got
It's only worth 125.
125, 5, 75, 775, or no, 7275. Actually, yeah, Joe, if you could just add all that up real quick, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. We're getting 8,437 gold from her and 5 silver.
I mean, she's giving you almost that much.
I am not going to sell my my druidic club, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
I am paid for all of my stuff in gold.
Okay, so we're getting 7,987 gold from Granny here.
She's
and 5
giving you
silver.
almost that much just for the 2 items in particular.
Yes, most of it is coming from those 2.
Oh, you guys decided not to sell off a lot of the other stuff that were not just a basic mundanes.
No, it's just,
No, that's part of it.
Those are nothing comparison.
Right, that's what I'm
Like
saying. You're basically selling off the two extremely powerful ones, and then
Yeah.
the cheapos,
Yeah.
and that's about it.
the sort of whatever inside that I put up will go out. And
Gotcha. As long as you guys have it figured out, I was just making sure you hadn't missed anything.
Yeah, I sold the second pack of the rod of the pack keeper and getting the boots to replace it.
Okay, so you guys have your cash value, however you want to make use of that, and then whatever you're picking up. So are you guys purchasing separately, or are you guys using just party fund or what? Again,
let's
I don't
figure
really
out
care.
what
That's just for you guys to know how you're tracking this.
use
I
them
did.
for cash
What do
value.
we paying her for what she's doing out of what we have? What's left over?
Well, token will cover Arma's armor, so that's done.
Correct. All right, so I wasn't exactly keeping track of everything you all were getting, so let's.
I paid for my own with the
Well, if the party loot pays for it, then the party loot should pay for it.
Let's first get together what all everyone is buying.
Right. Not everybody
So-
has confirmed what they're picking up, so.
I'm picking up the spider studded for 325.
All right, so Venom Bane.
Venom Bane.
door kicker boots.
I already have those down, so thank you.
Shit kicker?
I don't know what the boots are called, but the ones that you walk after you fall.
The funeral marchers.
Oh, Lord.
What? If you go down, you walk away?
Sort of.
You get a little movement.
You shamble.
Yeah, like I said, I'll send you guys the specific descriptions, but basically with that
funny.
one, once you're knocked unconscious, you don't fall prone. Every turn, when it's your turn, after you make your death save for that round, then you can move 10 feet. So you really do kind of shamble while still staying on your feet.
It's funny.
Not quite a zombie. All right. No.
Thrillers away.
The buckler, the frostbitten buckler.
Frostbender?
Frostbitten buckler is 325.
Yep. The runic ammo.
You're getting 2 of those, 250
Cool.
each is 500.
500.
Yes. And also Link expressed interest in the psychic one, the silent one.
Yeah, Link, do
Four
you,
of them he wanted, I think.
Yes, 4.
So those are 45 each. So if you're getting 4, just multiply that. That's called the void arrow.
What's that, 180? Before?
Yeah.
Alrighty. I wanted to grab a +1 rapier and the chroma cloth.
The chroma cloth's 175. Any of the +1 weapons are 500.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like one of those +1 great swords, and I was selling off my hand axes, which came to about 5 gold total, and give up my great sword that's not magical. That'd be another 25.
Did you add in the price for the protection bow?
The battlement bow. Battlement bow is 550. Link's getting all the items this time.
Okay. Was there anything else?
Is
that we
Roland
haven't
getting
mentioned yet? Oh yeah,
Roland, were you getting any of the javelins or
any?
any weapons?
He actually stepped away for a quick sec, but I asked him if he wanted one magical ones. He said nah.
Okay, so no javelin.
Are we getting Willem a magical greatsword?
Yes.
Possibly 2. That's one of the ones that's getting custom made is a magical greatsword.
Yeah. Go ahead and add another +1 greatsword.
Is that the
Great.
Interim.
That can also be resold later.
Mm-hmm.
No weapons of spite, just the +1s.
There was a greatsword of spite.
Basically anything of spite, but you have to attune to it. Any takers?
No.
Okay.
I'm a sword person, so
Basically, it's a standard +1 that if that person has already attacked you, it becomes a +2 against them.
How much were they again?
750.
actually not too bad.
Actually, not too bad.
Add that to the custom
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, I would take one of those then.
A great sword of smite instead of a +1 great sword.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, she mentioned them, but
Myth sword.
what about one of the less intense cold daggers?
Hang on, I'm pulling up the weapon of the spite real quick so I make sure I described it properly.
Sure.
Yeah, so +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls in general, but it becomes a +2 if the attack is made against a creature who damaged you since your last turn. So it has to be within that last round that
Okay,
they
that's fair.
damaged you.
Still nice.
Yeah, so that's why it's a little bit cheaper because it's very situational, but you still have the +1 regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, the dagger. There's a frozen dagger and there's an ice sickle.
What's the difference?
I get it.
One's a dagger and one's a sickle, and they have different.
One's
Oh,
an icicle. Get it?
nice. Yeah, I get it. That was good.
Frozen dagger. If you roll, so the daggers always deal cold damage instead of piercing damage.
Okay.
And if you roll a natural 20 on your attack, then they basically have to make a con save or be paralyzed until the end of his next turn.
Ooh, that's nice. Is the icicle the same?
No.
Okay.
Let's see. I can spell this. There. Icicle is a sickle that the first target that you hit with the weapon takes an extra d6 cold damage. So it's a magical weapon. It's not a +1, but the first time you hit somebody, every turn, it deals an extra 1d6 cold damage.
Oh, nice. Okay. Do either of them require attunement?
No.
That's the big thing for me right now.
No.
Ooh. Backing up. Yeah. Let me go. How much for the icicle?
The icicle is 400. The frozen dagger is 600.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and put the
Oh,
icicle.
and I apologize. The frozen dagger does require attunement. The icicle does not.
Honestly, I figured. Yeah, go ahead and put the icicle on the list. 400.
Did Grolid make it back? Has he weighed in on anything he's wanting?
Grolid isn't going to be getting anything.
Okay, fair enough.
How much were the funeral marchers?
150, I believe. Like the other, with the
Yes.
same price as the other.
Yes, they're both 150.
All right, cool.
And I heard potentially bracers of archery. Was that a yes or a no?
Yes. Go ahead and get throw those in there. Those were
350.
What was the effect on those again?
350. Yes. You do more
plus
damage
two-
with arrows.
+2 damage, specifically if you're using long bows or short bows.
And are you buying those for yourself, Pix, or what?
Pix uses a crossbow.
Okay, cool. So I assume I will be able to make use of that.
Yep.
That does require attunement if that affects anything for you.
One more time, Josh. Sorry. Link.
I think that was not currently.
I said that. Nope, that's perfect for me.
Okay, cool. Right, no, 175. And those were 45 apiece. So 80, 90, 180. Okay.
GM, was there any other helmets? You
Yeah, sorry, I
mentioned
just
that
saw
there
your
Yeah.
question here. They are all the chroma cloth, which is a headpiece.
Got it.
But Pix is picking that up. You can fight Pix for that one.
Yeah,
It actually technically is listed as a sling, but if you're wearing it, you're wearing it on the head. So I imagine you couldn't wear something else on the head then.
Well, depending on if it requires attunement or not, I may not be using it, but I thought it was a cool item to have on hand for anyone.
Yeah, the Helm of Heroes, which you guys probably couldn't afford, is specifically even for people who don't wear armor at all. So, Vancian one definitely is metal. Yeah, I think all the rest of them are for sure metal. There's one that's literally just a metal with a flat top on it. So if you make like a charge attack to knock somebody down, then you also deal damage with them because you just headbutted them.
Oh, nice.
So definitely metal.
That's fun.
All right, you guys have your total? You got it sorted out?
We're battlement bow. Okay, I think we've got everything. So I'll go down the list. Anyone tell me if I'm missing anything. So we have the Venom Bane, we have the Knocking Boots, we have the Funeral Marchers, we have the Frostbent Buckler, We have two doses of runic ammo, specifically for a longbow, 4 void arrows, also for a longbow, a +1 repair.
Arrows are arrows, by the way.
Okay, fair enough. It was just it was the difference between ammo and arrow.
Right, because the ones that just say arrow are arrows, as opposed to you could get bolts or sling stones.
Okay. Fair enough. So +1 repair, chroma cloth, great sword of spite, a battlement bow, a Willem's custom great sword, a +1 great sword for the interim, the ice sickle, and the bracers of archery.
So you're getting picks. I'm just double checking because I don't know whether you thought about the fact that you ended up adding something later. You're getting a +1 rapier and a magical sickle.
Yes.
Okay, just double checking. As far as I know, you're not dual wielding, so I wasn't sure
I am not.
if there was a purpose to that or not.
More for situational than anything.
Fair enough. I don't hear any rebuttals, so I think what you listed was fine as long as you've got your totals. What's that come to?
6,055 gold, which actually is covered by what we got from Gran.
And you can do whatever you want with the rest of the cash.
Yeah.
What the hell? Can we up that great sword +1 to a great sword of spite? Another one? We have the coin.
Sure, we can do that. Easy.
It's only what, 250 more.
Yep.
Yeah. The thing is, though, that it does require attunement. I don't think that's an issue with you, but wanted to double check.
Tune again.
You can attune to 3 items. It should be in your D&D Beyond if you've got any other items attuned.
Well, I've got a cloak of protection attuned, so I still have 2 slots.
2 slots, yeah.
The question.
Oh, you're fine. Were you getting the chainmail?
No.
Okay.
Question though, the custom sword that will require attunement as well, I assume.
Yeah, with that many bonuses stacked on it would, yeah.
So I would need for that one. I would need for the other great sword. So yes, that will fill my 3 slots, but I can attune. You have to attune a weapon where you can wield it, and that's not an instantaneous thing, correct? Or not a
you basically need to take like a short rest to attune to an item.
That's okay. I can attune to 2 weapons and
Anthony, are the grave boots attunement?
Oh, that's a question too. Yeah.
I don't believe most boots are not.
Yeah.
Steve, you're not going to be using both greatswords, right?
I might keep it just so you have a redundant magical weapon. If you lose one, you have another. Or I might sell it back after.
There you go.
Sell the one back forward. So, because I think we're starting to get to the point where normal weapons are not going to cut it pretty soon.
Yeah.
I still have my mundane epee.
Both sets of boots do not require attunement.
Okay.
Awesome.
You want to throw another rapier +1 in there for whiskey since he's using standard?
I have yet. I think I pulled it twice.
Well,
you
just
killed
in
something
case.
with it once.
Yeah.
I only have a +1 strike.
What, another 500? Do we have that?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, let's do that. Everyone should have at least 1 magical weapon at this point. If anyone doesn't have at least 1 magical weapon, sing out.
I don't, but I never really use them.
You've got your Rod of the Pact Keeper. That is your +1 magical weapon.
Can I actually use that to hit somebody?
No, but
No.
Yes.
Right.
yeah, I
No?
mean it's giving you a +1 to your attacks and
Plate
damage.
with rods.
Right.
Same as a +1 weapon would. I mean, unless you're
or
a
rod
dual
or
wielder,
something like
you
that?
can't necessarily have a rod and a weapon out at the same time anyway.
Right.
You don't normally use a weapon, Ryan?
No.
Yeah, he's got a rod in his main hand.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
All right,
Eldritch
so-
Blast.
All right, so that ups the cost to 7305, but we're still fine.
Okay.
So that leaves us with 682.
Why don't we see if she'll let us bank?
Wait,
or
which one?
spend that-
What went up?
We added another rapier. I don't know why the total didn't update.
Okay.
Why don't we take whatever's left and see if we can use it downstairs and buy healing potions?
That's fair.
Pretty low right now.
No, Kyle, it did update.
Oh, it did? Oh,
Yep.
awesome then. So okay, yeah, we're still
Our party difference is 1,182.
We'll spend that on like potions and scrolls or
Sure.
something that for us, and that'll be
Yeah. I think that would be
But
wise.
I'll adjust that in the inventory. And
that was
Okay.
yeah. That was
To truncate the time on that, let me give you potion costs. You guys did ask before. Basically, the only real potions they have downstairs are potions of healing. They don't have a wide variety of that type of thing there.
yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. Potion of healing. So the common ones that you guys are used to is 50 gold. Greater, which I believe greater is the next step up, is 300. And then if you really want to go up to like the next step, which is maybe superior potion of healing, is 750 for one.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, so healing, greater healing, superior, supreme is ridiculously costly. But if you want the price on that, I can give you that too.
So everybody gets
that's
one of the
1,500.
little ones.
All right, everybody good?
I am.
All right, outside of the healing potions, which you guys should be able to add pretty easily, and any of like your standard +1 weapons, you're not going to be able to find the things that you bought. I'll have to actually add them into the system, so don't waste your time trying to search through looking for them.
That include the great swords or the weapons of spite.
Correct.
Okay.
Corpse Slayer technically exists. Corpse Slayer is in there, but with
We don't have it yet. And then
the
we gotta
Moon
add
Touch
Moon
Corpse Slayer.
Yeah.
That's just mess up. I'm sorry, Moon Touch Corpse Slayer. That's okay. That had to be done.
You basically have like Glamdring now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, I guess that's against goblins, not undead, but similar idea.
Close enough. So how much of that extra money are we wanting to spend on potions?
After the last two fights, all of it.
Fair. But
yeah. And considering where we're going, we're gonna need $1,000 worth of healing potions.
Yeah, I think all of it.
or are they willing to sell?
How many are you looking to get?
We can easily get 20 with the leftover that we had.
Basically, they don't have any more than probably 10 of the commons.
Okay. So we'll get 10 of the commons.
You probably have access to maybe 4 graders.
I need to math.
You can do that on the side. I don't want to take time on stream mathing all night.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
You
Go
can
ahead.
keep doing it. What else would you guys like to to do. Granny is able to make the exchanges. She asks if you want any of them wrapped up, or if you're just looking to basically equip them right away. So she's packaging them if you're interested in that. But other than that, make the exchange, and she's telling you all sorts of stories. She's pointing out other items, all that type of thing. You can tell she doesn't really get a whole lot of visitors, so she's just kind of enjoying the time with other people.
As she's packaging, tell her a couple more stories of things we've done and places we've been. Oh, tell her about the lady in the Nicodranus, the singer.
Lady of the
Ruby of the Seas.
Ruby of the Sea.
Yeah, tell her about her.
Oh yes, I've heard tales of actually from your fellow Malden. He speaks very highly of her.
Well, they're not just tall tales; they're true. We got to hear her.
Singing is not one of the things that I've ever done well. I was quite a looker back in my day, though.
I smile big at that.
It's mighty big of you.
Jim, how much was the greater healing potion? Just so we know.
Greater. Gotta find all of my stuff. 300.
Anthony, do you know if the funeral marchers are in the system? I can't find it. in
No,
D&D
like I said,
Beyond.
unless you're doing like a +1 weapon, nothing's in the system right now.
Gotcha.
They're all custom items.
Gotcha. No worries. I'm gonna put them on my notes.
Yeah, as you guys keep on going, I'll at least tonight copy and paste like descriptions for you, but it'll take me a while to actually get any of those. I didn't want to put all those dozens of things in the system and only have 5 of them bought or whatever, so I'll add it in later. Is there anything else I can help you with before you go about your travels?
Not unless you got musical instrument.
That's not the type of thing that I craft, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. Always a wish.
Best I've got that sword.
Nope. That's quite all right. The last place I want to be is in front of somebody with another weapon.
Fair enough. Well, if you're not really sure how to get back out, there's a little button on the wall you've got to push, and that'll call someone back up.
Awesome.
I'll walk over and push it.
You have a nice day, and make sure you send someone to let me know where to send your package. Otherwise, I'll just hold on to it until you come back.
Sounds good.
I presume
Okay.
you're going to
Thank
want
you,
both
Graham.
of them sent together, or just for safety and ease of transport, yes?
If we get them send them both together. If not, we'll just come back and get them both at the same time. Either way.
Fair enough. Just let me know. You all have an excellent time, and try not to get yourself killed.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your skill and yourself very much. It was a pleasure to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you as well. You all have something about you. Can't quite place it. I wouldn't necessarily say you're destined for greatness, but I think all of you are destined for something.
Chutzpah.
Yeah, just for something.
More healing.
A swift death. Off you go now.
Well, drowning for one, that's for sure.
Yeah, Ryan, you press the button. It takes a couple minutes, and then the platform locks back into place. Well, did you all have a nice little trip? You've been up here for like 2 hours now.
Yeah, we did some nice little bargaining and trading and swapped some stories.
You found everything you needed.
everything that she had that we needed. We might need a few more things from down here, if that's all right.
Oh, if you wanna put those orders in, I can have them sent back to where you're staying.
Okay. Out of character, I remember they had some mundane armor down here.
Yeah.
I just set a chainmail. They've got it.
Yeah, that's fine. What it's listed at?
I don't even know. I'll find it. I'm sure I can pay for it unless it's like, but it's not magical, so it shouldn't be.
75 gold.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. For stylistic purposes, can I say it's like a hooded coat rather than the suit?
I mean, it definitely has quite a bit of the obvious interlocking metal, because that's the purpose of the chain.
No, I'm just talking about the shape of the thing more than anything else.
That's fine. Whatever.
That's stylistic. That's Templar-like. I want it to look like a Templar. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is even described as it's got the quilted fabric worn underneath, so it can easily have the hood on there.
I've been rewatching Nightfall, and that's kind of the outfit. So, kind of going for that look.
From the party fund, the best way of doing it in terms of amount and not having to split as much, I got 5 common healing and 3 greater healing potions. If there is 1 more greater in the shop and 5 more common if people want to buy it from personal funds, but that's it from the party.
How much are common?
50 and 300 for greater.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take 3.
I'll buy the greater.
I'll take 3 standard.
That leaves 2 common if anybody wants them, and if anybody's really wanting to blow cash, 750. There is a single superior.
A mother.
Can't blow that much, but I'll take that greater one.
I'll pick up the last 2 regulars.
Okay. There you go. Merry Christmas to all. All right, you guys leave, shopping bags in hand.
I buy
back
the
out.
superior.
Picks dropping the big cash there.
Oh, but you want to add that to the other 2 that you have?
Yep.
You're now sitting on 3 superior healing potions.
Yes.
That's a lot of gold.
Healing potions are literally like the equivalent of buying sodas at restaurants. Like, that's where they make all their money.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Not surprised.
750 gold for basically a bottled healing spell that does 8d4 plus 8.
Pix, I'm not going to add that one to the the party sheet, nor anyone's personal ones that they just bought.
Okay.
Could have bought yourself another weapon of smite for that, or spite for that. All right, you guys are enter back out into the main bright thoroughfare. Your eyes having take a little bit of time to adjust again to the sunshine outside, and the rest of the day is yours. You're looking at probably close to lunchtime at this point. It's a little early for lunch. Sounds like you have a little bit of decision making on where and what you're doing.
Agreed.
Do they have a jobs board anywhere?
You have not seen any if they do.
That's what I was looking for. And I will
Make
continue
a
to look for it.
Whiskey, make an insight check.
They don't give it to pinkies, I know.
Like,
Ivan. Pretty
23.
insightful at the moment.
Yeah, you've been
23.
here for a couple of days and you've kind of observed a little bit, and you guys have had specific conversations on kind of how they go about things. What you've picked up on is that in a place that seems to be very intentional about everyone having a purpose, and everybody kind of has a particular role in society, it doesn't fully make sense for a place like this to have a jobs board, because that would either rightfully or wrongly give off the appearance of them needing something either from outside help or them needing something that they can't take care of on their own. And that seems to be their big thing, is wanting to be as self-sufficient as possible.
So it's probably word of mouth, or, hey, do you know anybody that can do it instead of writing it down?
No, it is very unlikely that you're going to have people looking to hire for random odd jobs, because all of these things are supposed to be taken care of by the system.
Oh, minors. I get it. Yeah.
Well, that's why you heard that just kind of low key, and it wasn't necessarily anybody looking to hire anything. And why down the road they would have specifically, after a certain amount of time, they would have specifically sent some of their own people to go investigate. It is a little bit of a safety security thing, probably a little bit of a lack of trust in general, but it's also very much a self-sufficiency thing. Yeah, with the 23, that's pretty easy for you to have picked up.
Well, I say we go back to the Jackdaw and figure out where we're going from here.
Yeah, sounds like we're not sure of exactly where we're going, so...
We need to find some way to track Link's friend or thing.
Correct, but I don't think we'll find that here.
Do they have a library? Or, let's say, a place of information that they have? I mean, they have to have a map, or they have to have something from the Draconia, the ruins.
Whiskey, I kind of already asked around about that. If there were such a thing, outsiders would not have access to it. In fact, it would be a very rare thing indeed.
You know, for a society that's rebuilding, what little literature they have is very closely guarded, and it is probably not much. When people venture out to the ruins, that's the type of thing that they're looking to bring back, is any type of culture, any type of literature, art pieces, that type of thing that was from home. Think of the Jews after the Holocaust, and having lost all their possessions, and how many decades it's taken for even some of that to be returned to people.
And then tonight I will go see Stinson, because I'm sure it's something. He found a piano. Somebody found it.
Anyway,
I just don't like the idea of going to these ruins without some knowledge. We have nothing. Absolutely zero information. Not how far it is, not what it is, what happened, who's there, anything. So running blindly into a situation is not really beneficial.
Your rough map of the Empire that's kind of splashes over loosely into this has the ruins outlined. The problem is you're trying to find, like, place a dot on the map here, when in reality it's the ruins of an entire empire that was floating above the land. You're talking about dozens of miles scattered across an entire mountainous landscape. You're not looking for a needle in a haystack. You're looking for potentially days, weeks, even months of scouring an entire mountain side, looking for whatever it is you're looking for. It's hard for
map. Who drew the map?
That's what I'm saying.
What it looked like. I mean,
no, this is not
it from the sky. Yeah,
this is not a map of Draconia. Like I said, this is a map of the Empire that outlines.
No, it's basically an X that says this is where it is. Yeah.
No, what I'm trying to describe to you, and you're telling me it's not. Listen, what I'm trying to describe to you
That's
is
my whole
it gives
point
you
is
it's giving you a very broad, this entire area seems to be what's left of Draconia, or maybe potentially where Draconia used to be, and the ruins are now scattered. Instead of floating above the landscape, it's now scattered and dashed to pieces all across the landscape. It's a vast area.
But basically, we're talking about a giant debris field. What we're talking about.
Yes. A giant debris field in the middle of a mountain range.
That's my point, is we're going into an area that...
Well, we don't know that we're going there.
We could be scouring, we could be looking for weeks, and the guy and the wizard could already be done, because they know where they're going.
We've already been told to leave it well enough alone.
We've already been...
But we won't, so we know that.
From what we've been told, they know where the dragon body is, and they know he's not here yet. That's why someone recommended we intercept and prevent or lead away. They know where the dragon is. They know he's not here yet. If he's coming, they want us to intercept him and lead him away, not here, but someplace else. That lets us know he's not here yet, he's someplace else.
Well, that
we need means to find out where the someplace else is.
I understand that, but Whiskey's still skeptical due to the fact that they didn't know that the what we took care of with the miners was actually here.
Well, apparently that was a...
Still.
Whiskey, make a history check.
Me, I mean, they may know, unless they have guards, you know.
And Grolid, make make an Arcana check, Grolid. You can do it with advantage.
Well, it's a good thing.
Wow.
Destined.
Apparently, it's destined to be like
destined to double ones on an advantage.
Rolling like me.
Grolid, there was something.
The first of the game. We haven't had it in a while.
Grolid, there's something about the shopping that just like you're ready to be done, and so you know there's probably something related to what you saw with Granny that you probably should be registering with you, but at this point you're just happy to be kind of out and moving and potentially going somewhere instead of just stuck for a while. So maybe it'll come to you later, but not now.
Granny probably was there.
Whiskey,
Granny had bones.
Whiskey,
Granny
you know
was in Draconia when it fell, so
Whiskey, you know the difference between the two things you're talking about is Voragol was within the last 20 years or so. What you guys came across was easily 400 to 600, maybe even longer.
No, I know, I understand that.
So knowing where one of those things are versus knowing where another one is from before, long before your people even really kind of had any sort of a name for themselves.
Shame on you.
That's a hard sell, and so it makes sense that they potentially had no idea what was underneath their feet.
We had a name. It was called House Cat. But yes.
Are you guys heading back to the Jackdaw? I know it was mentioned that you should, but
yes. Time to eat.
Speaking of which, I have to take a break real quick and run feed the cats. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Yeah, you guys are able to make it to the Jackdaw. It's lunchtime. It's early lunchtime. There's not really anybody else there besides the barkeep that's been there a handful of times. They've kind of alternated between two different guys.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go up to the barkeep. Excuse me. We're looking to leave in the next day or so, and I'm most likely going to head north to the many hosts. Can we head north through the ravine, or do we have to go around the mountain?
Oh, well, good luck going around unless you're taking a boat. I mean, you could go up and over, but that could take you weeks, if not months, especially if you don't know what you're going. I mean, the ravine's there and it's a relatively straight shot. That's really your best bet.
I was more wondering if we as travelers were allowed to go through all the way through the ravine.
Well, it's anybody who comes from the north, it's the only way largely that they go. There's not any sort of, special reserved area only for Dragonborn, if that's what you mean.
That was a thought that I had.
There's enough guardsmen out there that keep watch and make sure anybody passing through sticks to the road and keeps on traveling for the most part, unless you've got some sort of special dispensation or can, I would imagine, bargain with them in some way to let you go poking about. But even then, they'll probably have their eyes on you.
Of course. Well, thank you for letting me know.
Certainly.
And Pix will head back to where everyone's sitting around. Alright, so it is alright for travelers to go north through the ravine. I just wanted to double check. The ruins are guarded, and make sure travelers keep to the roads unless they have either special dispensation, or if you manage to convince the guards to let you poke around, but they're always watching.
That's actually good. That works well for us, not against us.
Agreed. I was merely concerned with whether or not we had to go through the forest around the mountain range.
Question. In order to find the whatever he is now, what way do you think he would take from where he was last spotted and trying to kill Master Ibrahim?
Well, that's the thing of it, really. We don't know how they're traveling. For all we know, they went through the garrisons into Jorhas.
Nona, since you're the one asking this question, make an intelligence check. Just a flat intelligence check.
We know that something bad happened.
Press 3.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
With a non-natural 20, dirty 20, something kind of sticks in your craw that you guys have been. You realize you guys have been maybe making a massive assumption that could potentially change the way you look at this. You know that this person that accosted Master Ibrahim was looking specifically for information about dragons, and that they had a demi-lich with them. From there, you guys have jumped to the conclusion that he is trying to resurrect Voragol. You don't really know beyond that actually what his intention was or where he was headed. You guys tried to hightail it here because you immediately thought Voragol, and you immediately thought that's where he was headed next. But it occurs to you that you guys kind of went from A, B to X, and there may be some middle ground stuff that you have not necessarily considered.
Grolid, do you recall the conversation you had with Master Ibrahim about him asking about, after his attack, about what the demi-lich or whatever he was asking about, other than just dragons in general, particularly undead dragons.
Master Ibrahim was asked where the most powerful dragon in the area was, and Master Ibrahim knew only of the most powerful dead dragon, being Voragul, and gave its location.
So we don't even know if this is where he was coming then?
More importantly, Nona, what you're getting with that intelligence check is the fact that you have no idea his timeline or his trajectory.
We don't know if he was coming here now. What other steps he had to take to get here. What his timeline is. He could not plan to come here for another 3 months because whatever the stars, moon, whatever might not be in the right phase for whatever he needs to do. He doesn't have enough magic, but
Or
you know,
he could be looking for a living dragon.
Didn't
exactly.
Link have a encounter with his friend, and she said sorry, something that this happened or something as such?
She said she was just trying to find me, but she accidentally did something bad.
It was a letter, wasn't it?
No, it was a vision.
If she did something bad that was like not in the past, it would have been at that time, right?
I think we assumed it was letting that sorcerer loose. The demi-lich creature.
Did your friend, Navi, go into any further detail? Or is there any details that you missed at the time? That I know it's hard to remember something that vague from, what, a few weeks ago? A week ago?
Days ago.
A couple nights ago.
I was not there for that. Any details that may have been insignificant at the time that might give us a lead on her?
Unfortunately, no.
Then it seems that we've exhausted any of the leads that we had for a certain definition of lead. I would say that given that we're in Jorhas and our original mission was investigating our homes, that we head to the host where Nona and Roland are from, and keep an eye out for Navi and this lich and demon or whatever. Keep our wits about is all the same, but it seems we've exhausted all of our options of pursuing this.
Well, we can head north through the ravine, ask the soldiers if anybody's come by, and if not, keep going north, and sooner or later we may encounter him because he definitely didn't come down by water, down by the river, so...
The barkeep did say that travelers come in through north fairly regularly. It's other than the guards watching over the ruins to keep out looters. or those not allowed, people come through the north. It's not a special occurrence.
He said if you're coming from, if you're coming into Zarzeth Kittrell, that's the most likely place. From what you guys have seen, there's not a whole lot of travel into here.
Yeah.
But yes, if you're coming down this way, he seemed to imply, I mean, it's, unless you can fly or teleport, it's pretty much the only way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. I was just trying to make sure that it is not a common occurrence, but if anybody's coming in, that's how they're doing it.
Gotcha. All right. But yeah, this is coming in through the ruins is the easiest and most. If you're coming to Zarzeth Kittrell from the north, then you go through the ruins. So they may or may not have seen anyone recently, and it may pay to ask or not, but I think we should, while keeping an eye out on these things, start heading north to the host.
Sounds like a plan to me.
If anything, we'll be heading to, is that your hometown that's
Back.
north and then a little to the, I guess, I don't know.
Catch me up. Where are we talking about going to?
The mini host.
Yeah, once we get through the ravine, then we'll have to decide where we're going after that.
Yeah.
Okay, why are we going to the mini host?
It seems we've exhausted all options of pursuing any kind of business here. Partly because we sort of jumped the shark almost to get here. We're not sure of this Demi-Lich's or Demon's timetable or exact goals. They could be after a living powerful dragon. They could be, we don't know exactly their end game. So coming here could have done some good if they will eventually get here. But for now, it seems we've run out of lead. And so while keeping an eye out and an ear open for anything more, we should start heading up to the host to for Nona and Grolid.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a thought of basically after he talked to the Master Ibrahim, which way do you think he would have gone to get here? Kind of. And
Yeah.
I
don't
got
know
a
where he
dirty
was
20 on
going.
that. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we assumed since he was a lich that he would be wanting an undead dragon, but he just specified he wanted the most powerful dragon.
and Master Ibrahim told him this way.
Out of character, I seem to recall that part of that conversation was Master Ibrahim saying that the dead dragon would work even better for him.
Yes.
That was actually a letter between you and Dehan.
Yes.
You were going off of the presumption that you guys had already started going down, and so you mentioned that to Dehan, and he is the one who actually told you that.
Okay.
Since he would have a dead dragon completely under his control. A living dragon is probably not going to be willing to stay under your control. You're going to have to dominate it.
Mm.
But a dead dragon that you raise, that you animate, that puppy's yours.
Mm. Yes, but
Well, that may not necessarily be true either.
Depending on the magics used, I guess. But again, so far we only know that they have an interest in powerful dragons, not more than that.
So since we haven't seen anything of him and really don't know where else we're going, it made sense to head to Nona's.
Well, hold on a second. Out of character, did everyone hear about Link's vision of his pixie friend?
I was recently made aware of it.
Because if I remember right, that happened here, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. That's probably not a coincidence.
or it could be. It could have been. We could have been anywhere, and he could have gotten that vision.
Aren't there spells that can be cast that will let you communicate with people, even if you don't know where they are?
Why then? Why that specific time? Why wait so long for us to get here? I don't buy
Maybe
it.
she couldn't send a vision until that time.
Yes.
Maybe he wasn't close enough until that time.
Maybe she escaped from him. We don't know.
So, as I said, keep an eye and ear out for anything we've investigated so far, but I think we've exhausted our options here.
We know that he didn't come by boat,
Correct.
so we're assuming overland.
It's a possibility.
That means that we should send the items ordered to the next town ahead of us, or the ways.
Well, we should, when we're heading out through the canyon, we should figure out where the guards are, ask where they are, as if they're not where they're supposed to be, then we know something's wrong.
They're throughout the ruins, keeping watch of the roads, making sure travelers stay on the roads, so I'm sure we'll come across some.
No, I'm saying that if we know where their posts are supposed to be, but then all of a sudden we don't have a bunch of them there where they're supposed to be posted, then that might be a problem. And that might be a clue to which direction we need to go.
Are we still in the inn in the tavern room?
Yeah.
We're in the Dragon Jackdaw.
It's just you guys and the barkeep.
It's just us?
Yeah. Remember, this place doesn't serve lunch. You're here at lunchtime, so there's nobody else here except for you guys.
Okay. I'm going to kind of lean forward and speak really low. Say, guys, I have figured out that the dragon's here. Yes.
We have no idea where, and we've already said we won't go looking for it.
No, the dragon is here. Right here.
Makes perfect sense.
Willem, take a
take
point, Willem, of GM inspiration.
What's that?
Take a point of GM inspiration. That little mark on your D&D Beyond sheet.
Oh, got it.
Up by your hit points.
Yeah, and he'll explain. What did they tell us? They don't want us to go out looking for it. We go out looking for it. We're not going to.
Oh.
They want us to head off this thing from getting here.
Grohl would make that Arcana check again now with advantage.
So we actually stay in town for the next 3 weeks?
Well, no, I'm just saying. Where's all their most powerful people? Where's all their weapons? Where's all their gear? Where's the stuff they made using the dragon teeth? All here.
Yeah, as Willem says that, Grohl, that's what you were missing. That all of those parts that were used to make those specialty weapons were parts of Voragal. It would make a lot more sense that she had ready access to those parts rather than people piecemealing it or just happening to go scavenge random bits and leaving the rest of it behind.
And he'll add the Church of Port where they're training champion.
Yes, that's where it's built over the bones.
Well, I don't know about it specifically, but they're doing it here. Why? They don't seem like they have a lot of gladiatorial contests. They don't have like a coliseum, but they're training them here so that here, if someone comes to do something with that dragon or take parts of it, or if the dragon itself somehow, animates or whatever, but they're guarding it. It's here. It's been here all along.
That's why they're afraid of outsiders so much.
So
That's why the council can't be reached, because they're there making sure it stays down.
So we know where the dragon is. We don't have to go looking for the dragon. We know it. Right here.
Which would make sense. That way you wouldn't have to worry about the ruins.
Yes.
The ruins are a big smokescreen. They're going to say it's out there or imply it's out there, so if anyone that they don't want to come find it, they're going to go out there and look. That's not what it is.
You guys also, now that you're having this conversation, recall back to the initial conversation with the two, was it Silver Dragonborn, the first night in town? At your table, and they told you a little bit about Vorgol, right? They specifically seem to imply that one of the things that the people of the time relished doing was essentially hacking that body to bits and eating it, using it for tools. Like, they seem to imply they didn't leave much of it left behind. So you guys have been potentially looking for an entire body, massive skeletal creature, and wondering how that type of thing could have gotten, hidden somewhere. What you're figuring out, what you're piecing together here is there's probably not much of it left. And so the smaller that you get, the easier it is to hide that type of thing.
Well, do you need just a piece to bring it back? I thought you need the whole thing.
No, it depends on the type of magic.
Well, you can't get a Dracolich, a skeleton with just a tooth. That means you have to reincarnate.
Whiskey, make an Arcana check.
How much power?
Oh, good luck. That's why I'm questioning.
What if you're using a vestige?
We have only assumed Dracolich is his plan.
Agreed. We don't actually know what his end game is.
Oh, wow.
That's why we make our rolls. Natural 20 for a 24. Yeah, Grolid is on to one thing that occurs to you, that there are many different ways to bring back a creature. Specifically, if you are looking for resurrection versus like raise undead, you would need some sort of skeletal structure because you're basically animating what's left of it.
Right.
You guys have kind of been under that assumption, but if you're just looking for a piece, if somebody is powerful enough to do a resurrection ritual, or especially true resurrection, then you don't really need anything but a chunk or less. True resurrection, which is super powerful, and you have no idea because you don't know enough about demi-liches, much less a lot of other, undead spellcasters. You have no idea. True resurrection is extremely rare and usually more along the lines of a clerical thing. But should you have access to true resurrection, you know at least enough about magic to know true resurrection. You basically need to know somebody's name, and that's about it. So there's the options are way all across the board.
But the resurrection would bring the dragon back as the white dragon.
Correct.
Yeah.
Living dragon.
So what I'm saying is you guys are realizing there's many different options. It could be brought back in the flesh. It could be animated, but what you're figuring out right now and piecing together is there may not be enough left for it to be animated. You guys know this, but it's taken you a couple of days spending in this town to even piece that together. You have no idea how much this other person knows.
But here's another thought. Suppose the guy wants a Dracolich, but he figures out there's not enough to get it that way. He raises the dragon and immediately kills it.
Good luck with that. That dragon's going to come back with a revenge. Be so freaking angry.
I don't know. If you resurrect it, is it instantly back to its full strength? Instantly back to its full power?
Usually when they resurrect a person, they are.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time for you to kind of get back to your full self. But whether that matters when you're an ancient white dragon.
Yeah.
Power levels there are,
Your donk.
Yeah, exactly.
There's an off-the-wall question, Link. Did Nami
Does Nami know any dragons?
Not that I know of. We've never had one in our village that I can recall.
Well, outside, because she said she's sorry for what she did. It's almost like she led them to what they wanted.
Or she's just sorry for what she did and for disappearing.
Agreed.
Or releasing the wizard, the evil wizard.
That too.
Did she?
Don't know. I haven't seen them.
Regardless, it seems like we are going to travel north.
Yes.
Well, we have to unless we're taking the ship again.
Then let's travel north.
Sounds good.
So, what do we want to do about the stuff? Come back and get it, or come up with some place to send it?
I will leave that to you all.
Do we even know any place we're ever going where we get up to?
If we're going north, where do we go once we leave the ravine? We
I
head
still
towards
say-
Nona's place. Can we send it there?
My tribe is nomadic. They
What
travel
about
all
Pick's
over the
hometown?
host.
That's further north.
Well, you got to go there anyway.
True.
Fix home someplace where we want to send this.
We can discuss all of this on. We have at least a day's travel to get just back to where we were. And then, however much more of the ravine there is after that.
Well, if we're going to send it, we have to tell them that before we leave.
Before we leave.
Yes.
And are we leaving this afternoon? Or in the morning?
Might be best to leave in the morning. We'll have more light for travel.
Agreed.
And we'll meet Grolid outside the town.
We'll have lost daylight by waiting till tomorrow.
True.
How would we lose daylight?
We'd lose half that.
Yeah, we'll lose half a day, basically.
It's already past half a day.
You're having an early lunch right now.
You said it was like noon.
It was shortly before noon, so you're having an early lunch.
Yeah, so by the time we get ready to go, it'll be like 2:30. It's like we won't even get to the. I don't know if we'll get to the mine even.
Not if Grolan had anything to say about it.
Well, I'm not force marching across the ravine.
Summon Steed.
Just talking about leaving before 2:30. That's Grolan would be walking out the gate right now if y'all would follow.
Now, why do we need 2 hours?
It won't take that long.
We need time enough to send a message on where to ship the
Well, also, we have to
equipment.
pay for the stuff to be moved. That free. You have to pay for the teleport spell or whatever they're going to use, right?
I think they're just going to pay for a runner.
Agreed.
You got to pay for that.
It gets waylaid along the way.
She seemed to imply to you that if you were going to do that, then you could send a runner at the time, or have arranged for it, whatever you wanted to do, but it wouldn't necessarily be arranged by her. So you could do that at any point between now and the 3 weeks time period.
Okay.
Still have to have the means, though.
But yes, at least from GM's perspective, I don't know that there's anything that would take you a couple of hours. If you wanted to up and leave, that's probably the only thing that, as far as I know of, that you were supposed to be doing in town that you promised to do before you left. as far as I know, you guys did all your preparations in the morning, which means you basically have all your gear on you and can just walk out the door.
Yep.
And we technically could just send word that we will send a runner with a specific password to pick up the gear.
Correct.
How do we send word?
We go there, or we go and tell the, Kira Sedgwick analog.
We hire a runner to go hire a runner.
Who then hires a runner.
Okay.
Who has
We'll
the
make another
runs?
stop in at the store.
It's a relay race.
It's a race.
This is
To the toilet.
Yeah, the barkeep says it's something he can handle. He can send somebody on your behalf. It's not a big deal.
Thank you. And I drop a gold on the counter.
All right, if that was it, should we start heading out?
That still leaves the question of where we're sending it. Or
We'll figure that out when we get there. Right now, you're going to have a lot of open area that we're going to be traveling through.
Okay.
Just remember, if we send word when we get to a place, we have to wait at the place for the stuff to arrive.
Agreed.
Pick a password so that we can give the runner the password so that they will know that it is our runner and they'll know to give our equipment to him.
Ding dong, the dragon's dead.
Okay, that's more than a password, but a passphrase works for me.
Then if we know where we're going, once we hire the runner, we can tell them to go bring that back to another place. So we're not necessarily waiting for them to travel, but they can meet us at the other spot. So we can do that once we figure out about 3 weeks from now. About a week out, maybe, of where we're going
To find the runner's body.
Realistically, this probably isn't going to be an issue. Because you know what's going to happen.
We're going to find them on our way out and get
The runner
dragged
will
back
be,
here.
like,
No, we're going to
be
walk out of
killed and
town.
someone will
find
take the
something
stuff
that's gonna
and
beat
we'll
the
have to
hell
go
out
after
of us.
it.
We're going to come back, rest up. We're going to walk out of town. We're going to find something that's going to beat the hell out of us. We're going to come back.
Maybe.
Just saying, that's been our luck so far.
Stumbling.
We can rest up on the road. Speaking of on the road, shall we get that runner and password set up and get out?
All right.
Sounds good.
Okay, and since nobody immediately jumped up to do it, Roland will jump up, will stand up and go back up to the barkeep.
And when he does that, Willem says, "Huzzah, fearless leader!"
Entirely ignoring Willem.
Grilled sits back
Goes
down.
goes up to the barkeep. If you would please send a runner to the craftsman at the general with that we will send a runner to pick up the equipment we've ordered with the passphrase. And there's a grin on his face as he glances back over at Willem. Ding dong, the dragon is dead. That I should please give the equipment to that runner so that they may bring it to us.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you,
Lots
sir.
of covert secrecy going on, but I can get behind it.
We're a paranoid group.
I've
After you.
noticed.
You are a very touchy group and easily insulted.
Not all of us.
And at that, I will bid you farewell. If we ever return this way, we will certainly return to your inn for patronage. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And at that, Grolid will spin on his heel and start walking out the door.
Yeah, follow Grolid.
Best of luck, I suppose.
We're all.
Bye.
Oh, as he's just getting to the north. Have we paid for lunch?
I'll handle it.
Lunch was on you. We don't serve lunch here. I suppose you're reading your own rations.
Yep.
Yeah, out of
I
character.
suppose we've paid for it.
You're gonna pay for it on your entire trip.
And then he continues heading out the door.
Fair enough. Anything else you would like to accomplish before you head back out to the north?
I would just like to make a note of buying 100 gold's worth of herbs for the Find Familiar spell.
Yeah, you could have done that at the general if it was just
Yeah, I know.
generic herbs.
I just wanted to make it known.
Yeah, I was just confirming that
Yep.
was accessible.
Yep.
Cool. All right, you see a couple of the more familiar guardsmen up at the northern gate, and you recognize the armor. They seem to all be equipped with this armor gleaming. They have some of the insignias of the the city, but outside of those particular stylizations, it looks a lot like the ones that you could have purchased below that didn't require polishing. That they would always stay clean.
That's their secret.
Yeah, they can sleep in an extra half hour every day.
Okay.
That's why they're always chipper. Yeah, but they... Oh, leaving again, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we don't intend to return anytime soon, so are they all well?
I understand, and thank you again for helping us out with the problem. I
It was our
understand that the families have been contacted, as at least the ones that we could get a hold of so far, and will continue to do so.
Good.
Excellent. Glad we could help.
Is there anything else you need before you leave?
You wouldn't happen to have heard any new rumors recently, would you?
He stops and thinks a little bit, brows furrow. Not that I'm aware. We haven't had merchants come in a little while, which isn't extremely unusual, but judging by what you all found, it may be that between these shadow creatures and whatever type of stirring up of the wildlife in the area, they might have stayed, well alone. So the roads might be more busy than usual if they find out that it's opened back up. But that's just a guess. It may also be they turned around and headed back wherever they came from, rather than, brave whatever was further south just to deliver some goods to us. So either way, that's more my supposition than any type of rumors.
Well, we could pass word that the roads are clear.
That would actually be greatly appreciated. As you've probably figured out, we don't get a whole lot of people passing through, but those who are hesitant, it probably would be greatly helpful.
Consider it done.
Yep.
And again, we are in your debt.
Not at all. Glad we could help. Are they all well?
You as well.
And Grolin begins marching out of the city.
As you start walking
out,
out, Willem, you probably, since you had the most kind of experience inside the pit, glance back at the entrance there and the stairway that's heading up, and you see the large blue dragonborn just kind of standing as you leave, and he just kind of dips his head in respect as you're walking out the door.
I'll bow to him.
And he just continues watching as you all leave.
All right.
I'll have to talk to my tribe about coming down here. Well, they have things that they need as well.
Yeah, we can pass word to them too.
Don't only come down this far.
Might be worth the excursion every once in a while.
It might.
What's your tribe like, anyway?
Savage.
Now that was just rude, Willem.
Actually, they're more boring than anything.
Hunters, gatherers, leatherworkers, shamans, fighters. One big family. Mix of mostly humans and orcs. An occasional oddball that we pick up. But all work together to, for the betterment. Mostly follow the animals.
Fair enough. How long has your tribe been wandering?
Oh, as far as I remember.
How long have you tried?
Probably 50, 60 years, maybe.
Cool.
Maybe longer. I'm not really sure. Never really asked that question. Just kind of wondered. Picked up people here and there. Helped when we needed to. Mostly stay away from most, because you never know, of course.
Right.
Occasionally do an escort here or there if we're going that direction. We're getting paid. Most of when we're getting paid. And hunt, gather, fish, some leatherworking, trade. Mostly self-sufficient.
Interesting. Roland, you said you were from the hosts as well, didn't you?
Originally.
Anything you can tell us more than you have already? Or remind us?
It's a while since I've been there.
Fair. So anything you could say is old information, but better than none.
It's mostly orcish tribe that I come from. It's controlled by the Kryn dynasty, mostly. Nominally, they still have control over their own affairs, but there is a overseer, you will, that is there to ensure that the decisions made by the tribes are in the best interest of the dynasty.
Yeah. It's
I'm sorry.
it's not all bad. It's the same in Asarius.
Asarius is much more of a, this is just, we own and operate the town. The many hosts, each of them kind of were absorbed peacefully, but that was basically the agreement. We're going to allow you to operate kind of sort of on your own as long as you don't break any of the laws that we're also kind of passing down to you. Similar to how Rome often operated when they came into an area. They had their overseers, but they basically let you keep your own religion, your own culture, that type of thing, and didn't force you to integrate in with theirs necessarily.
But for Pix, he just kind of sees it as more of the same. But good to know.
You guys walk for good couple of hours, what you're noticing is that there's a little bit more semblance of natural wildlife here. You do see handfuls of sturges every once in a while, but this time they're not following or watching you. They see you and they kind of scatter. And you know, it's not a lot either, because again, typically they would more be out in the evening, and you do start to see them a little more often as the sun begins to slowly set over the course of the next couple of hours. But yeah, it seems much more normal, especially Grolid, you being the type who pays attention to monsters and creatures a little bit more. This seems a little bit more normal to you. And to everyone, even though you were just here the day before, again, the temperature discrepancy is not nearly as severe, even as you continue to move north. It's colder, but again, you're getting into basically early winter at this point, and you're still basically only one day removed, essentially, from taking down this magical cold effect as well. So you're not sure how long it might take for it to completely be restored, but it's already, again, a couple degrees warmer.
Wow. Well, less cold now.
That would be the closing of the portal, I'm hoping.
Hopefully.
I'm just glad it's behind us.
Well, technically, it's still ahead of us, but yes.
I was hoping someone would say it.
You beat me to it, Grolid.
Yeah, Ryan, at that moment, you and Whiskey both have this realization of, oh, we're basically going to have to pass that cave again.
I would be very quiet during that time.
It's going to depend on how long you travel today, whether you make camp before or after it. So you have to let me know what your intention is.
Travel until
Roland intends to march until he drops.
How about March so dark?
This is around the same time that you ended up leaving yesterday as well.
Yep.
Well, I say yesterday, 3 or 4 days ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because of the time shifting. But the last time that you set off, which means that depending on how long you go, you know you're going to get within a mile or so of the cave by the time darkness hits. It's just a matter of whether you want to travel in the darkness or not.
Darkness is not for traveling. Darkness is for casting magic missiles at.
I can do that. In fact, I did do that.
The reason you cast magic missiles at the darkness is because it's still going to hit its target.
Yes.
Or chimeras.
Which is the darkness.
But enough about Destiny.
Anyways, yes. Moving on.
Speaking of, I actually forgot to put those on the sheet.
So you are getting to the point where you're a couple miles away. The sun is slowly starting to disappear. You know, if you were outside of the ravine, again, you'd have maybe another half hour, 45 minutes. But because of the way this ravine is shaped, you're going to lose the sunlight before you normally would.
Might I assume you all aren't interested in marching in the dark?
Well, I can see now, but yeah. And like Pix adjusts his new goggles.
I'm okay with going through the dark for at least a little while.
If we want to at least get past the mine.
The further we go, the closer we'll camp to said mine.
That is true. What about the rest of you?
I'm good at night.
not the question. Do you want to keep going or make camp and go further tomorrow?
Let's keep going.
As long as everybody else is good to travel in the dark, then I'm good.
Whiskey.
Don't ask me. I'll be outnumbered, so it don't matter. Keep moving.
No, I feel this is a one vote against is enough type of scenario. So what say you?
Where are we going to stop and for the night? In front of the cave?
I'd rather not, to be fair.
Exactly. So what are we going to do? Where are we going to stop? Do we know anything past the cave?
I would say past the cave. We've only been hiking for half a day, and
I'm just saying we know where we stayed the last time.
Yeah. And this time, at the very least, I can. You guys get to see my new spell. It will definitely be a lot better than the last time.
I don't know what that is, but the point would be is once we go past the cave, we're in uncharted territory in the dark.
Fair point.
Well, then shall we stop here?
Yeah.
And also, you'll have to explain to me, Grolid, why such a hurry to get to the other side of the ravine.
Because I'm always in a hurry.
Yeah, that kind of tracks. I mean, this is the guy who dove headfirst into the ocean to get to that one of those chimney stacks.
And touched a crystal that they suggested I not do.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can understand the value of action over discussion. But if we are setting up camp here,
probably we have kind of a so as we go we can ask along the way if we see merchants or anything and say if they did you see this guy, did you see this little pixie, did you see anything, and see what we can get.
Where would the merchants be coming?
North.
They come through here.
It actually is
north.
So,
I don't have a map up, but I think it's like Pix's hometown is the next one. If that's its home.
I mean,
is that your hometown, Pix?
The hosts are much closer. Asarius is much further north than and I imagine there could be any sort of merchants who want to venture down south far enough.
But aren't the hosts just traveling tribes?
I wouldn't know.
Most of us don't travel. Nona tribe is the only one, to my knowledge, that does.
Oh, so there are actual cities then.
The trading
cities is a strong word.
Well, trading with the Dragonborn would be great, though. But yes.
Assuming the Dragonborn were interested in trading, they seem more interested in self-sufficiency.
Think of the mini hosts of Yggdrasil as like the Iroquois nation, where they have settlements and establishments. They just kind of sprawl and intermingle from time to time, but still kind of go back to home base. It certainly is a far cry from calling it a city, though. And to clarify, Nona is actually from north of the host, between the hosts of Yggdrasil and Asarius, the Saroseep area.
Yeah.
Her nomadic tribe travels up and down the Saroseep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she's further out.
Further north. So in terms of geographic location, you've got Grolid's people would be the first thing out of the ravine. And even then, you got a bit of a hike once you get past the ruins and out of the ravine to get to the hosts. And then Nona's people about halfway between the hosts and Asarius, which is where Pix is from.
Oh, so Grolid's in a hurry to get home.
Do you say that out loud?
I'd be perfectly happy to bypass it.
well, it's in a hurry, and it's then.
Grolin's barking commands there.
Well, as they're talking about this, Pix has started ritual casting, since it seems like we're stopping.
Pix has already made circles in the ground,
and yeah, you just see Pix kind of doing a lot of like overswept hand motions and a lot of like kind of like almost like he's trying to raise something out of the ground, and he does this for about 11 minutes or so.
And then an armored owl appears.
No. What does appear, though, let's see, let's go ahead and is a dome of force kind of coalesces out of the ground and reaches a center point, and you cannot kind of it's a what's the word I'm looking for? You can't really see inside of it.
It's opaque.
Opaque, yes. I was trying to think of an O word. It's opaque from the outside, and it's about a 10-foot radius. And I was like, okay. So I was working on this after one too many ambushes. It's going to be a tight fit, but we should all be able to fit in there. And nothing can get to us while it's up. But it only lasts for about 8 hours.
Enough.
It'll fit 10 people, so we've definitely fit.
Oh yes, it's going to be tight.
So we don't have to keep watches then, is what I'm hearing.
You may or may not want to. I mean, they can see the dome of force, don't get me wrong, but they can't see in it.
But if we get something that comes along that can tell it, then yeah, we're going to start.
But at the very least, we'll be a lot safer.
Correct.
We'll have more warning.
That's awesome, Pix. Thank you.
Yes.
Or at least it will be until we all realize that none of us can get in.
Pix made it just for himself and nobody else has a passphrase.
Well, it says all creatures inside it when cast can pass through it freely. All other creatures are barred. And he did describe us seeing the dome pop up somewhere.
No, let me re-edit that a bit. I said within the area. It was amongst you, and you saw it surround you, almost like the earth was trying to swallow you up. So if you want,
and now we're trapped.
I can't please you people.
Why try?
I stopped years ago.
Interesting, and we cannot leave and they can't get in?
No, anyone who within can move through it freely. It's just that yes, nothing besides us can get down.
Very nice.
I will also say you can't spells can't go through one way or the other, and let's see.
It's also quite a bit more warm in here. Nice, actually.
Oh, well, not my intent. I guess I did a better job than I thought.
Out of character, it's just part of the spell.
Yeah,
it's climate controlled.
You just need to upgrade that to Galder's Tower.
Trust me, I thought
That's not even climate controlled.
That's true.
I thought about it.
You can just have fireplaces inside.
A lounge with couches, armchairs, side tables, and footstools.
Oh, and another thing, I don't think you can shoot arrows through it. Just a word of warning.
We'll find out.
What color is it?
Dodge.
I would
if you get to choose.
Yes, I would say it's black, just to kind of blend in with the night.
Upon Pix saying you can't shoot arrows through it, he knows Link has to check, and so Link checks.
there?
Honestly, I don't know.
As
Make sure I'm standing behind Link when he does it.
As far as I can tell, the arrow is an object that started out within the dome, and so as far as I can tell, it should be able to move out of it.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah, that
sure.
tracks.
And it's like, oh, well, that answers that question. And so yeah, with another snap, Pix, it's dimly lit in here now, and it's like, well, I've done my part. I'm going to bed.
Well, since we can travel freely in and out of it, Willem, shall we set up watches to guard the perimeter?
Yes.
I'll take the last watch as usual.
I'll take first.
Same.
I'll take second.
Take last.
All right, Ryan, you and I again. Sounds good. Let's get some sleep. And at that, Grolid will pull out a bedroll, but won't bother with the tent since we have the dome.
At
Yeah.
what point did you actually decide to stop? How much further did you press once the sun started to set?
We didn't.
Yeah, I'm going
You
to say
didn't
we
at all.
didn't. Like,
So
we
you-
stopped and we talked whether about to stop or to keep going, and we decided to stop.
So you guys are camping maybe 15, 20 minutes behind where you guys had fought the Chimera?
More or less.
Reasonable.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
All right.
Oh.
I'm just asking.
Uh,
I'm just
but-
trying to figure out placement where you guys are.
Gotcha. I just had a thought though. But yeah, once they say something about bed, Pix snaps his fingers again, and it goes back to being dark.
All right. Who's on first watch?
Hey,
Me.
All right. Why don't you both make a perception check? All right, 19 for
11.
Willem, 11 for Nona. Nona, you're kind of just happy with the warmth of the space. Pix, did you darken it once everybody settled down, or are you keeping it dimly lit inside?
You know what? For the watch people, I don't know if anyone else can. No, it says you can. I'll keep it dimly lit, actually, just so that they people who are awake can at least have some light.
I mean, that
Think of it like
theoretically
it's-
ruins their dark vision, but
Oh. Well, I know they're at least doing perimeter searches outside as well.
yeah. Are you guys staying inside the dome while this happens, or are you guys actually kind of walking around, pacing outside?
Technically, you could sit and just push your face through the dome, right?
You can see outside of the dome just fine while sitting in it. It's transparent from the inside.
So if you're paranoid enough, just go outside.
sometimes I'll be inside the dome. Sometimes I'll walk the perimeter. You know, just change it up.
Same.
Okay.
I guess we take turns back and forth. Who's outside? Who's inside? Checking
Okay.
around.
Or some you'll ask Nona. Nona, would you like to go for a walk on the perimeter?
Sure. Let's do that. Let's try to. Hopefully, we'll find something to use these new swords on.
The twin spiders. That's with the T, not a D. Yeah, you guys kind of roam outside a little bit. Nona, you are keenly aware of the last time you took a watch in this general area and what you stumbled across. But as far as you know, there's nothing out there tonight. General noise of wildlife you would normally hear. Owls,
Good sign.
possibly a fox scampering across the ravine at one point. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Hey, normal wildlife sounds. That's a good sign.
When the first
So we
watch
have to worry
passes.
about being eaten by the conventional stuff.
I hate getting eaten by an owl. It leaves me as a pellet. All right, you guys tag off to who? Anna? For second watch? Anybody else? All right. Anna, make me a perception check.
I'll rely more on the sight.
Okay.
That is a 20. Dirty 20.
All right. A 20. There's just a bit of movement closer to the end of your watch that jumps out at you just a little bit. Everything else is small, similar to what the first group heard. You definitely focus on like the flap of some wings higher up above you because of the way the darkness is hitting in the area in the distance. The only thing you can really make out is more audible rather than visual, and that is these are heavier wing flaps, but you can't necessarily place it beyond that, and it's only there for 10-15 seconds and then it's gone.
Okay.
Outside of that, seems like normal animal type of movement, and that may have been as well. It just must have been a little bit bigger than the sturges, if nothing else. And second watch passes.
Okay.
Who's taking third? Was that Grolid and Ryan?
Yeah. And as on awake, Grolin, anything to report?
Not really.
All right. A good sleep. And Grolin will look over to Ryan. You want to stay inside while I march the perimeter?
Sure.
All right. And Grolin will take the rest of the watch, just kind of marching the perimeter, keeping an eye out and an ear open.
All right, both of you make a perception check.
Total of 17 for me.
And a 21 for Grolid.
All right. Grolid, about half hour, 45 minutes into your watch, you hear, similarly to Anna, just the flap of slightly heavier wings than some of the bats and owls and stuff that are making their way around the canyon while you're here, and it seems like it's passing overhead, possibly from south of you, maybe southeast of you, to like general northern direction, but it's only there for 10-15 seconds and it's gone. Ryan, with your improved dark vision, you don't necessarily hear it so much as see. There's larger wings, certainly not massive by any means, but wings that seem to carry a bigger beast than like just a standard bird type of shape. But again, you just kind of see it glide over, flap the wings a couple times, and continue moving north.
It wasn't one of those stag-headed creatures we fought, was it?
No, Perytons are actually relatively small as well. This seems to be at least larger than that.
Perytons are medium, I think we decided, right?
Yeah, they're on the small side, but yes, medium creature. This seems to be at least a little bit bigger than that. But passes overhead. Like I said, Ryan, you see it more than hear it. And Grolid, it's more of an audible thing that you're noticing, but it seems to at least be far enough out that you can't make out visibly anything. And after about the first hour or so, there's not really much else to report. And
Right.
dawn comes.
Once dawn hits, go ahead and wake everybody. And as I come in, did you hear any odd things, Ryan?
No, but I did see some large flight creature going overhead.
Yeah, that is what I heard. I didn't see it, but I heard the flapping. Any idea what it was?
Not really. It looked bigger than the Peritons, though.
Chimera, maybe. I know there was at least one in the area. They tend to be solitary, but doesn't mean there couldn't be more than one. We'll have to keep our eyes open. Oh. I guess it's time for everyone to wake. That was a bit louder. He starts nudging people's feet.
First watch was good. Anything happen later?
All was quiet.
Other than the thing that flew overhead.
Luke?
Something large. Not humongous, but larger than the Peritons flew overhead. Not sure what it was. Out of character. It was coming from the southeast, right?
Yeah, came from the southeast, like that more edge of the ravine, and was definitely traveling basically north.
Yeah, coming from the southeast, headed north. Could be another chimera. Could be something else entirely. We're not sure.
Maybe it was Chimera's mate looking for it.
As I recall, they don't tend to mate for life.
If anything, I'd be surprised if they did. They're arcanely created.
You guys would know more about that than I would.
Regardless, just something to keep in mind, keep our eyes open and ears open for.
Yeah,
Shall we
fair
break
enough.
camp and move on?
Yep.
And at that, Grolid will roll up his bedroll and whatnot and get ready to go.
Yeah, Pix will jot some notes down, and with the hut, he'll kind of like raise his hands and then just kind of like bring them down to the sides, and the dome just kind of falls back into the ground.
And we're all crushed.
The bubble collapses.
Yes.
Anybody who tries to stay in is forcibly expelled, but it doesn't hurt.
Just our pro.
Alrighty then.
We'll fall back to his usual rear guard.
And Grolid takes point, as usual.
Sounds good.
And as we're walking,
I'll join Grold at point.
as we're walking, Willem has that new greatsword out, just kind of playing with
for it.
balance, all that.
It's got a nice feel for it. It's as you're holding it, the one thing you notice is the longer you hold it, the more kind of animosity seems to build up inside of you, but it doesn't seem to be any type of thing that is controlling. More so, you're almost feeling the rage that was imbued into the weapon. But it is, I mean, for a paladin who tries to do good, it's a little disconcerting, but it doesn't necessarily give off any type of evil vibe by any means.
So we'll make a note of that.
In other words, when we'll need it, I feel perfectly fine.
Yeah. This is more like a nice little warm blanket for you.
Kindred soul.
You finish your breakfast and morning preparations, and you're ready to set out again.
Yep.
All right. You head off further to the north, and this is the bit that is within an hour or so of the cave that you were at, and this is where you've largely been traveling just due north. It's almost direct beeline, but now this is where it begins to wind around just a little bit. And so even though you are still technically traveling north, there is a little bit more of a east to west back and forth. But this is still familiar territory for you. You're probably within an hour or so of the furthest north that you've been along the ravine. You keep on pressing forward, and
just keeping an eye out.
Yep. Mm-hmm. You can make a perception check on it if you're doing the same. You can do that. You're basically approaching at this point where your combat was, where your fight was, or fights plural.
22 for Grolid.
27 for Hama.
Oh, dang.
Okay. What little seemed to be left of any of the creatures that you had slaughtered again, it's what feels like yesterday to you guys, but earlier in the week. There doesn't seem to be much left. There's maybe a few bones. It seems like between just natural decay and other scavengers in the area largely picked the bodies clean, that you didn't just outright burn, which I think you did for some of them. But they're still there. There's at least some trace and some remembrances that, hey, there was a pretty big series of fights that happened here. And oh yeah, I still have that bruise. Those types of things as you're moving on. You keep on pressing a little bit further and wind around the corner just a bit, and you still see what's left of the cart that had kind of been run off to the side. And just 5-minute walk up the hillside is the cave that you guys had just recently been to.
Deja vu.
Moving on.
Yep.
Ryan and Whiskey, you guys saying or doing anything as you pass this cave? It's a little hard to see. Remember, you had to go up almost like a hidden staircase ramp area to get to it.
No.
So you can't necessarily see it, but it's there as you're passing.
I'd probably keep my eye on it the whole time, but I wouldn't be saying anything.
Okay.
Nope. It's sealed. Unless there's been activity to clean it, I have nothing to say.
You just can't really tell from this angle. Because, like I said, it's up on a hilltop from where you're walking through, so you don't really have any idea one way or the other.
No, I'm not going back up there.
Okay.
Plus, if I do, the rest of the group will be gone, so nothing to worry about.
All right, you keep on moving, and in a couple of short minutes, all of that's behind you, which is both good and bad, because there are probably some dark memories, some bad memories there, but up ahead of you, basically none of you have any idea what's in store for you. So
whole new adventure. Continue
moving further north, and again at this point it straightens out just a little bit. It's a little bit more winding than the first leg of the journey, but it's not nearly as back and forth hairpin at this point. It is also sort of drifting ever so slightly to the northeast instead of just a direct northern route, but for the most part it's pretty comparable to what you had experienced the day before. Anybody doing anything in particular as you continue your trek?
Having a smoke.
Just keeping my eyes and ears open.
Same.
Fair enough. What you are noticing and over the course of this next day is that rather than the temperature going up as you're traveling, it seems to be maintaining. Where previously, as you traveled to the north, the temperature was dropping the further north you went. You realize the source of the cold, was creating a lot of that. Now you're past what that source was, and it seems to you're traveling further north, but the temperature seems to basically be maintaining about the same as you continue traveling. Those of you with decent history and have paid attention, you know that there is still lingering effects over the ruins of what Volragal had done. There's a reason he was called the Frigid Doom. And that entire landscape at one point was just an icy mess. But there's still traces of that, and you're getting closer to something, or you're getting closer to another thing like what you had discovered previously. Whatever the case is, it's not icy cold, but it is no longer warming up as you continue walking. But for the most part, similar to the day before, the mouth of the ravine widens a good bit for most of this. So rather than maybe being 30, 40 feet across, a lot of the time you're looking at, in some places, of 120, 200 feet wide in some places. There's later on in the day, probably around your lunchtime, it even looks wide enough it's hard to see the other side. From if you're walking along the middle, then it's hard to see either the eastern, where it ends, aside from the fact that you have towering mountains to let you know where, one edge starts and the other edge is on the far side. But you realize that you can't actually see where those cliffs actually meet the ground, so to say. So you imagine it's easily a good half mile or more in either direction, which means this is by far the widest point of the entire ravine, and can barely be called a ravine if you're looking at a mile or more wide. But at least in this area it is like that. You get a little bit further along over the course of the day. I assume you're continuing to make decent time. Are you, Grolid, are you doing a very rapid pace here?
No, I'm not pushing everybody. I'm keeping a normal pace.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, you guys, this is your second day of straight up walking. You guys had slowly started getting accustomed to taking a cart with you. This may be the most you all have. You realize by the time you're done getting to Draconia, this will probably be the most you've all walked in short order, without taking any breaks or whatever. And the landscape's a little drab. It's a little bit boring on your second day. There's not really a whole lot to see, unlike when we're heading to the Menagerie Coast and places like that bright and vibrant. There's not a whole lot here. A lot of grays, a lot of browns, and a lot of dirty, dingy white.
Out of character, what did we ever do with our cart? Did we leave it somewhere?
We left it with the farmer.
Ah, that's right.
Yep.
It's in Felderwind because you knew you were hopping a boat.
Yep. We're on a boat.
And the second day
I literally just said that.
also passes relatively uneventfully. You have no idea of knowing for sure where exactly where you are, based on the rudimentary part of the map that you've got. Whiskey, out of curiosity, you had been talking about this before, but haven't necessarily mentioned it recently. Are you currently charting a new map as you're traveling? You are a cartographer, yes?
Did he go AFK for a second?
I'm not certain.
What's that?
Oh, there he is.
Are you, you haven't mentioned this in a while. I know when you first started your journey, you were actually kind of mapping out where everybody was going. Have you been doing that since you got here? You are a cartographer, right?
Yeah, I didn't see any need to map going up, but I can map.
I'm just curious. I'm not telling you have to. I'm just curious whether you are, because you're, as you mentioned before, the map that you have is pretty rudimentary because it's not designed for this area.
Yes.
Why don't you make
If the thought crosses my mind, I can do that. Let me
why don't you
see.
make a cartography check?
I don't know if I have cartography.
Make make an intelligence check and add your proficiency bonus.
Oh, Anthony, between times, I would have changed Harry's familiar form back to an owl.
Do you just type +3, or what do you type?
You can try it. It may work, it may not on this particular check. We'll manually add it in otherwise. Okay, let me change that.
Well, just type in intelligence and add 3.
I keep forgetting which one I'm replacing. Sure, I don't think it matters. Okay, try it again. Just Control Z it and try it again. Okay.
Sweet.
This
$11.
you know you could do better with this, but you're kind of trying to map this all while you're traveling, while you're walking.
And all I have is crayons. Sorry.
Well, and you're also in the middle of the ravine. You know, if you were kind of up on top and looking down, you could have a much more accurate depiction of this. But it works. It's at least slightly better than what you're currently looking at with Pix's map.
It's a little more accurate because I'm standing here, but yes.
You at least have kind of some of the back and forth that you've done, as opposed to the one on Pix basically has almost a straight line from south to north.
And at least my map has an arrow pointing backwards that says flee. So, yes.
It says do not go here. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, so outside of that, the day passes uneventfully, and you're able to press even further to the north.
Alrighty. Let's see. Right, picture.
You're not really sure exactly how long it's going to take you to get out of the ravine, but you at least have not come across any massive amounts of ruins or anything that would indicate you are that far north yet. But again, you don't really know what you're looking for, so you just know the sun is starting to set at this point. Continue to push on a few more hours, or are you stopping to rest again?
Push on.
As long as we can all see well enough to travel.
It probably depends on your definition of well enough and travel. I believe everybody has some form of dark vision at this point, except for Nona. But if she's traveling with everybody else, it doesn't necessarily have to have dark vision.
She has her little flaming band, right?
Right. I mean, basically operates like a torch or a lantern or something.
As well as I can see you guys in front of me, that's all I need.
All right. How much further are you going to continue pressing?
Growlithe will continue moving and people start complaining.
Okay.
You take half a step.
Willem's like, oh man,
Are we there yet?
I stubbed my toe in the dark.
If that's the case, After about an hour, Pix will suggest stopping.
Okay. Is that enough of a complaint, Grolid?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Fair enough.
You had to think about it.
Oh, thank goodness it wasn't me.
You stop a little bit later, press through into the darkness. Anna and Grolid, as the sun is gone down, make me another perception check through the darkness for that last bit of travel. / as you're setting up camp in the dark.
A little bit of guidance. That's a 30 for Anna.
Alright.
Yeah, it's a 19 for Krola, but I'll just leave it to Anna's 30.
Okay. Anna, I would say, again, largely more auditory based than sight based, although you have a little better time kind of making out at least a shadow overhead. But as you are moving during that last hour or so in the dark, you hear, and your keen ears are really kind of honed in on this. You are certain that you hear the same wing flaps that you heard the night before, coming from the north, going further south past you, hovering ever so slightly for a while, as if observing you and the light sources that you guys are emitting, and then continuing further south again. And as you all stop to make camp, Grolid, you and Anna both hear those same auditory wing flaps going further to the north from the south, hovering just a little bit longer than before, Anna, and then moving further to the north again.
It's stopping to look at us.
Yeah, I think we're being followed to some degree, but from who or from what? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely concerned.
Anna, with that check, and especially with your eyes of the eagle, make a nature check.
Are you still under guidance?
16.
Guidance is a one-use thing.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you maintain concentration, but you use it once in the next minute, and then it's gone.
Okay, that's fine. I couldn't remember.
It is
I
a cantrip,
could cast it again, but 16's fine.
but this is more of a recall thing, so it doesn't really apply in this instance.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so Anna, what you are able to make out, again, this is mostly based on shadow and sound, more than very clear visual. This particular creature seemed to have only a single head. It definitely was kind of in the large category. And wings seem to be a bit leathery, though that you're not 100% certain of, because it could just be, trick of the lighting or whatever. But you're pretty sure that the tail didn't match up to the chimera either. It seemed like there was something pointed at the very end of the tail.
Okay.
Which you
I'll
know,
relay that.
the tail of the chimera that you guys fought was basically more like a, lizard type of, standard tail, although it was large. This definitely had a different tip to the tail.
I'll relay that to the group.
Wyvern, maybe?
Some kind of a drake or
Who knows it?
other flying reptile of some kind. Does the description ring any bells?
Make a nature check, Grolid.
Uh, 17.
Yeah, when Willem says wyvern, that does at least ring a bell as potentially hitting those particular markers.
I think you may be right, Willem. It does fit the description as little of it as we have, but yeah, very well could be a wyvern.
Might not be aggressive, but not fun. They are poisonous. Stings in the tail, as I recall.
Well, then I'll make sure to distract its tail if that becomes an issue.
You're thinking they like livestock.
Grolid, you do know that wyverns, especially if it's guarding something, are extremely aggressive. You also know that they're not overly smart.
It does concern me that it hasn't attacked. They tend to be aggressive, especially if they're guarding something. And this would be at least the second time I know of passed over us.
Good enough.
Maybe it's guarding us. That'd be funny.
They're not terribly intelligent. I don't see any reason why they'd be guarding us.
I don't know, maybe because we're shiny in the dark. Who knows? Almost weird.
Can wyverns be domesticated? Or
Nearly any animal type can be domesticated if it's raised from birth and has the proper training, but some things domestication doesn't take as well on, and wyverns would probably fall into that latter category.
Grolid, actually, from your reading, that's not true.
Oh, okay.
Especially coming from the many hosts, because they tend to utilize more exotic creatures. I mean, you're pressing in pretty close to, Jorhassian area where they have giant saber-tooth looking weird creatures called moorbounders as mounts. That wyverns are kind of the best option if you're looking for a large flying mount that can hold its own in combat.
Okay, then I shall retcon a little bit of what I said.
But what you said was also accurate. Usually you do raise it from birth.
Yeah. They've been known to be domesticated in the hosts, so it could be that they're being used as mounts. Meaning there might be someone on that chimera.
wyvern.
My apologies, wyvern, yes.
Ooh.
I'm still looking for the other chimera. He grins wryly.
Be out there. Maybe they're looking for it too.
Regardless, I suggest we make watches again.
First again,
Right.
I'm not concerned.
You going to cast your nifty spell there, Pix?
I just realized I've been muted for the last 10 minutes and I was wondering why people were ignoring me. Pix tried to propose the idea that it might be a manticore. Since pointed could mean barbed or spiked as well. But yes, Pix can go ahead and cast a spell.
Anybody else?
The impression,
Go ahead.
I get the impression Manticore fits the bill.
Based on the description that Anna gave you, possibly.
Also possible picks. I need a
But
better look, and honestly, I don't care to get one right now.
yeah, you feel like somebody would have to get a more specific visual on the creature.
Yeah. But, I mean, we already encountered a lot of monstrosities in the area. What's one more? But yeah, Pix will raise the tiny hut in about 10 minutes, and we'll this time keep it dark inside. And
Okay.
again, we'll settle on it like kind of a darker color to kind of blend in with the night.
Got it.
I'll
doing
take
watches
third
again?
watch as usual.
All right. Who's doing first?
I will.
I'll
Me.
do middle this time.
Go ahead and roll perception.
Routine.
All right, and you guys doing the same thing as before, kind of strolling around outside the dome. Keep an eye on
Yeah.
perimeter. Okay. Nona, just like last night, there's not really a whole lot that you pick up on. Willem, you, now that you're specifically listening for something in particular, you do at some point hear, it's pretty faint for you, but the flap of larger leathery wings. And for a moment, it seems like you can't place it at all visually, but it does seem like, well, it's not coming and it's not going. You're just hearing the thoo, 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 hovering somewhere above, and then continues moving, and everything's clear the rest of the time.
Gotcha.
Second watch.
Be me.
Cleared him. Hey.
Oh, good. Solid 8.
Hey, it had to happen sometime.
You can see very clearly in your non-magical darkness area and are pretty certain that during the times you were actually paying attention, nothing happened. The rest of the
Seems
time,
clear.
you have no idea. But as far as you can tell, when you wake up the last group to take watch, everybody's still alive. So there's at least that.
Right? Nothing happened.
Third watch.
Oh.
Yeah, Grollet only gets a 9 this time.
All right.
9.
Grolid takes a few walks out on the perimeter, trying to keep an eye on things, but it's been a couple of days. You've marched for 3 days. You got a bunch on your mind, still grumbling over everybody making you their leader. And you're also trying to process through what could this creature be? Is it potentially problematic? And so by the time the sun's coming up, you realize, oh man, I've spent a lot of time analyzing and being introspective and probably haven't paid as much attention as I should have. As far as you can tell, the creature hasn't made another appearance, but you really don't know.
And as the sun starts to rise, I'll start, nudging people awake.
Mm.
I'm watching it.
I didn't hear or see anything, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there.
It was there early, in the distance, not close. It was out there. I heard it.
And then it probably was still there.
My
I just
shift
missed
is
it.
quiet though.
Well, if both your shifts were quiet, then it probably just left, right?
That's what I'm assuming.
Perhaps.
That's a safe assumption.
I would call it an unsafe assumption, but regardless, we're all here.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't bothered. We should break camp and move.
Yep. Mm. There goes the bubble.
Ready or not, there it goes. Yeah, you guys are able to pack back up and start to head on out. As you make your way further to the north,
Mm-hmm.
you do know that there's quite a bit more chill to the air. It's not extreme. It doesn't make you, want to stop and put on your, extreme winter gear or anything like that. But it is noticeably chillier. And you continue moving throughout the day. And by afternoon, you come up on an interesting scene.
Oh.
You're not really sure what you were expecting, but you're pretty sure you know what you found. It's still a bit of a wasteland ahead of you, but as you can see, the oddly shaped spires and structures jutting out at different angles. Some of it is covered very loosely in a veneer of ice. There's a bit of snow in the area. It's not anything extreme, but what you're more paying attention to is what the snow is actually on top of, which is chunks of tower that just they're laying in the middle of the canyon, bits of gazebo, broken off chunks of entire buildings. You see further up ahead, the ravine is partially blocked in some of the areas by what looks like an entire, quarter mile chunk of a frozen over city that's now sitting, partially slanted and, a mile or two up in the air. It's a strange area for sure, and you are pretty certain that you've come up to the edge of the ruins of Draconia. I'm going to paste an image just so you have a visual. It is not nearly this iced over, but this is pretty much what you're looking at here.
Oh, okay.
This is more a decent image for shortly after, while Voragol was,
Okay.
wreaking havoc on the landscape. But to some degree, you just melt a lot of the ice and you still have the landscape pretty much the same.
Okay.
And as you approach the area, you see what almost seems to be like makeshift guard towers, for lack of a better way of explaining it, made out of some of these weird structures that are just kind of forcibly jutting, almost as if they've grown out of the ground itself. But you imagine what's more accurate is that they toppled from great heights and have now embedded themselves into the ravine that you're walking through. there seems to be makeshift structures along the way on top of some of these little columns that looks like almost like guard posts. And as you approach a little bit closer, you hear, who goes there?
Friend.
Look for the voice.
Come a bit closer. And welcome to what's left, I suppose, of the Kingdom of Draconia. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Nice.
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 For once,
That's
no
nice,
massive
baby.
cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Shopping episode, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Chilling conclusion.
You guys have wanted to do a little bit of that for a while. I don't know that we've ever actually fully done that outside of shopping for candy.
Yeah.
And especially you guys actually turning in both those items gave you quite a bit of cash to work with.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if we could actually get that.
So we shall see. And you met, I don't know if anybody picked up on it, but you met Granny Smith, the Green Dragonborn.
Oh, nice. I didn't make the connection. Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it. Not a lot of combat, but you never know with this group what they get themselves into. So tune in next week. I'm sure they'll find some other shenanigans as they travel through the barren, somewhat icy wasteland of what's left of Draconia. Until then, be safe and be good to each other. Have a good night.
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 Night.